Stop those really good conversations, right? I have to interrupt the people having good chats. I have to interrupt the people having good breakfast. I have to interrupt the people drinking their coffee. But we have a great show. We want to get you all over here. Hello again. All right, welcome to Bang Bang Con. This is day 2. How's everyone doing today? Good, glad to hear it. Again, we have kind of a in-person component. We have an online component. So can I get like a, oh yeah, from the in-person people? Yeah. Can I get an oh yeah from the online people? Great, glad to hear it. All right, so we got a few things before we start. So first, we are not doing unconferencing today. So if you were looking at the schedule yesterday and you thought it was on the schedule, it's not on the schedule today. So coincidentally, we kind of shifted a few things around. So if you by chance happen to memorize yesterday's schedule, or today's schedule yesterday, it will be slightly different today. So go check that out, it's on the website. All of you that are in the sun, friendly reminder, lots of sun exposure is not always great, so we have lots of sunscreen up on the table over there. Get a good lather up of sunscreen, keep yourself safe. Several of you found the shade. It will shift throughout the day, as you figured out yesterday, so just kind of keep that in mind. Since this is unfortunately the last Bang Bang Con, we want to remind you that all the swag has to go as well. So we have lovely Bang Bang keychains over there. We've got Bang Bang Con buttons. Grab several of those. Also our Bang Bang Con seat cushions. They're great for keeping your seat more comfortable here, but they're also good for keeping your seat comfortable at home in your office chair, or you go to sports games or whatever. I don't know. You can take those home with you. Also, the umbrellas, they are movable. They're heavy, but they're movable. So as the sun shifts throughout the day, feel free to consider grabbing a couple people, and you can move them around the event as needed. We also have a few people we would like to thank. So a lot of people are kind of running around behind the scenes, kind of making a thing like this work. So first we have a whole crew of tech people. First, Danny Aiken from Legends Theatrical back there, running sound, video, all that good stuff. So thank you, Danny. We also have Cindy Backman and Jenny Johnson from Confreaks. They're the ones that making the live stream work and doing all the video recording for YouTube. So let's give them a hand. So also, friendly reminder, bathrooms. There's a little alcove behind the sound table back there. That's where the restrooms are. So they're all gender neutral, so choose the left door or the right door, whichever makes your heart happy. We also have Wi-Fi, so there is a UCSC guest that you can get on without a password. There's also Bang Bang Con. The password is !1234 if you wish for Wi-Fi. Also the furniture, the tables are really heavy. You probably don't want to move those. The chairs are really light. You can move them, but we would like to keep them in this area. So don't take them upstairs or whatever. We kind of need to keep track of them. We're renting them. We would like to get them back. Food, we will have, looks like there's still a little bit remaining breakfast stuff over there. You're welcome to it. Still coffee and water and all that over there as well. I believe lunch is at 1, correct? I'm getting a nod and a thumb up. So lunch will be here in a little bit. We have organizers. So we are all in our lovely turquoise Bang Bang Con shirt. Here's Lindsay. Erdy is somewhere. Josh was in the back. Oh, Erdy's in the back as well. So if you have questions or whatever, just come find one of us. We can help answer those. Something breaks, something ran out. You're just like, what's involved in whatever? Ask us questions. We're generally friendly people. We also have a variety of sponsors that have helped fund so much of this event and make it work. So button down email. Can we get like a woo for all of these? Yeah. Accelerated Tech. Magic Button Club. Stanton Ventures. Coffee by Nicole Tietz. Oh, I'm going to mess up your last name. Nicole T. And the venue by Baskin Engineering. And Meyer for Hire, who's not on here. Also, we did get a $5,000 anonymous donation. We don't know who it's from, but they sent it to us, so let's give them a hand. If you're here, thank you. If you're online, I hope you're watching. Also, we had John Feminella decided to underwrite us in case for some reason we didn't have enough money to pull this off, or if we went into debt by the end of our last event. So we'd like to give him a hand for just agreeing to kind of help keep us solvent until the very end. All right. We do have a code of conduct. I won't go into the whole thing. It's on our website. Joshua did a very good job of it yesterday, but just keep in mind there's several principles that we like to keep in mind. Just, be respectful of everybody. But also just we're here to learn and enjoy and have fun and learn and grow and just see cool things. So just be respectful for everybody. I think that's it for my list of announcements. So who's ready for our first set of talks today? All right. I'm going to go ahead and unplug my computer. So if you want to take off, there we go. So our first speaker today is a student at Harvey Mudd College studying computer science and mathematics. So outside of computer science, they also like to write musical theater and make educational videos on their YouTube channel, CS Professor of Fun. So here's Devin Tao.
Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Devin. I am a senior at Harvey Mudd College, and today I will be telling you all about Braitenberg vehicles. But before we get into that, I have a question for you all. What do you think of when you think of the phrase artificial intelligence? I'm guessing that a lot of you are thinking of this. And if not this, maybe one of these. Nowadays, large language models and generative AI are all the rage. But it didn't used to be this way. In fact, not so long ago, when people thought of artificial intelligence, they thought of this. This is a picture of Google's AlphaGo defeating world Go champion Cruz in a game of Go in 2017. And before that, when people thought of artificial intelligence, they thought of this. This is a picture of IBM's Watson defeating Jeopardy champions Ken Jennings and Brad Rutter in a game of Jeopardy in 2011. So, what do all of these AIs have in common? Well, it's complicated. Like, seriously, what they have in common is that they are all very complicated. For example, ChatGPT is said to have 1.8 trillion parameters. And IBM's Watson was a room-sized supercomputer with thousands of processors running millions of lines of code, taking 85,000 watts of power. With that much power, I feel like it was really a missed naming opportunity for IBM not to call it IBM Watson with 2 T's. Okay, anyways. What if I told you you didn't need trillions of parameters or 85,000 watts in order to have artificial intelligence? What if I told you that all it took were a few simple components and then you could have human-like behavior? Well, this is precisely what Valentino Braitenberg argues in his 1986 book, Vehicles, Experiments in Synthetic Psychology. In this book, Braitenberg describes a series of thought experiments centered around this concept of a vehicle. So a vehicle is made out of sensors and motors and interacts with stimuli generated by sources in the environment. And according to Braitenberg, that's all you need for human-like behavior. So now I'm going to give a brief description of how it generally works. So to the right, we have pictured a source which generates stimuli. That stimuli is then received by the sensor, which passes it as input into the motor. The motor then propels the vehicle forward. Now, this very simple vehicle with just one sensor and one motor is precisely vehicle 1, which Braitenberg calls alive. So we can sort of imagine that vehicle 1 has speed proportional to the stimuli in its environment. But don't just take my word for it, let's see it in action. So back then, all we had were sort of Braitenberg's thoughts and his book, but thanks to modern technology, we are now able to visualize the vehicle behavior described in his book. So this is a simulator I made with some other Harvey Mudd College students. I'll just give a brief overview so far. So this top part here, we have some descriptions, controls here, so we can play and pause the simulator, zoom in and out, control the vehicle speed. And then this panel here helps us manage the sources, and this panel here helps us manage the vehicles. Now, in the interest of time, I've already done some setup here. So I just have one source over here to demonstrate some basic behavior, and I have in sort of arena setup for some more interesting things. So with vehicle 1, we can see that as it gets closer to the source, it gets faster, and then as it gets further away, it becomes slower. So this is not very interesting, so I'm going to move on to the next one. So vehicle 2 each has 2 sensors and 2 motors, with vehicle 2A having straight connections. So we can sort of imagine here in the picture, the right sensor is closer to the source, meaning that the right motor will push more, causing it to sort of go away from the source. So Braitenberg calls this the coward. And then in the picture on the right, we have cross connections. So here the right sensor is closer to the source, meaning that the left motor will push more. So the vehicle will sort of go towards the source in attacking motion. And Braitenberg calls this aggressive. So let's see what it looks like in the simulator. I'm going to do the aggressive vehicle first. See, it looks like this. And what this reminds me of is those telemarketers or scam callers who just won't leave you alone. And I think the thing that really reminds me of this is you think that they're kind of going away for a while, but then they just like come back to spam you with calls about your extended car warranty or something. So yeah, this is the aggressive vehicle. I'll put some more in here. And then the coward vehicle, this is the vehicle that I personally relate to a lot because I'm the kind of person who doesn't pick up unknown phone numbers. So the spam callers will never get me. So yeah. Okay, now let's look at vehicle 3. So to understand vehicle 3, we must introduce a new component called the inhibitor. So the thing to remember about the inhibitor is the inhibitor inverts the relationship between sensor input and motor output. What this means is that before we had more sensor input equals more motor output, and now we just have sort of the opposite. So more sensor input means less motor output. Again, we have 2 types of vehicle 3, 3A with straight connections and 3B with cross connections. So 3A is sort of just going to go up to the source and stay there, and Braitenberg calls this love. And 3B, it's also going to go up close to the source, but then when it gets really close, it's sort of just going to shoot off. So let's see what this looks like. I'm going to remove these other vehicles. Okay, so this is 3A, which is love. Oh, that was too far. Okay, so we see it sort of stays at the source here. You know, I think I love my friends, but it doesn't really look like this. What this actually reminds me of is during the pandemic, I binge watched the entirety of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and so I was kind of just like sitting at my TV like this. And according to Braitenberg, that's love. So, and Explorer, so we can see Explorer is similar to love in that it goes up really close, but then it sort of shoots off. And it's also similar to the coward in the sense that it moves away from the source, but it's different because the coward just sort of constantly moves away, but this actually goes up close to it and then moves away. So unfortunately, these little explorers are trapped in this arena. That's kind of sad. But what this reminds me of is, you know, trying like, exploring some new food, and then I don't really like it. Like, I try it for the first time, and then I'm like, nope, don't like celery. Yeah, that's the vehicles 3A and 3B. And for vehicle 4, I need to introduce an abstraction of some concepts we've seen earlier. So if we let x equal the sensor input and f of x equal the motor output, then just a sensor connected to a motor will have the equation f of x equals x. Motor output equals sensor input. If we have an inhibitor, we're going to have something like f of x equals 1 over x, just inverting that relationship. Then for vehicle 4, what we have is f of x is equal to some function g of x. And if g of x is differentiable, we say it has instincts. And if it is non-differentiable, we say it has will. So let's see this vehicle in action. Not gonna lie, I feel like vehicle 4 is where Braitenberg's sort of human-like terminology falls flat a little bit, and I just find it interesting to look at. So this is a sinusoidal function, and what I find really interesting about this one is that at some points you can really see the sine wave, but it also kind of just like bugs out, and it's fun to look at. Also show quadratic, so this is 4a with the differentiable functions. Yeah, this kind of is just like really speedy. And then for will, so with the non-differentiable functions, we should see a sort of, let's see if we can get it. Yeah, there's, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a sort of like ticking-like behavior because the function is non-differentiable. And then my personal favorite is hyperbola, sort of. Okay, that one's not very interesting. But yeah. So these are Braitenberg vehicles. At the beginning of this talk, I asked you all, what do you think of when you think of artificial intelligence? And I brought up ChatGPT as an example. And the reason why a lot of people think of ChatGPT as intelligent is because it behaves like a human. But what I just showed you in this talk today was that people were asking these same questions 40 years ago and thinking about these same concepts with much simpler machines. So if there's one takeaway I want you to have from this talk today, I hope you have expanded your concept of what artificial intelligence could be. Thank you. Here's a QR code to the simulator. Here's a QR code to the simulator. Here's a link to the simulator. Here's my email. And last but not least, I want to give the biggest shout out to my advisor mentor, Professor Lucas Bang, who's here today. I think you're really cool, and I think it's really cool that you changed your last name to Bang just for this conference. Okay, thank you.
Another hand for Devin, please. All right. Our next speaker makes easelings, programming languages as experiments or self-expression, including fat fingers, folders, and entropy. His blog on the subject, Esoteric.codes, won the 2014 artswriters.org grant from Creative Capital and was exhibited at ZKM. He's spoken on esoteric languages at the New Museum, SIGGRAPH, South by Southwest, and Media Art Histories, and has written for the Hyperallergetic and Outland. He's published an aesthetic theory of the medium for Digital Humanities Quarterly in 2023. That's a very hard to read bio, but very impressive nonetheless. Here's Daniel Timken with our next talk.
Sorry, just looking for the cable here. It's this one. Where's the HDMI cable that I had before?
Yeah, sure. Oh, where did it? All right.
Ah, this will be good. I guess this will be good enough. As long as it works.
I'm going to put this way out here for you.
Okay.
But it should still be loud enough.
There we go. Awesome. You all can hear me? Good? Louder? Okay. All right. Okay, all right, cool. In the programming language Olympus, computation happens through the will of the gods. Its virtual machine is not a series of memory cells or registers, but rather Mount Olympus itself, with gods who just might carry out programmatic activity if they find you deserving. Now, Olympus began as this image. It's just a line of code. I'll read it aloud. It says, Father Zeus, defender of cities, defender of homes, defender of the traveler and of those far from home, please create a loop counting from 99 to 1 called beer loop. Now, at first I thought I was happy to just leave this unimplemented, as the image seemed to capture the idea on its own, and how much more could we really learn by implementing it as a full language? But I decided to make the language anyway and just see what happens. Really, the reason I went further with this is because I felt there was more here than just dressing up code in religious costume. That there was something about the engagement between natural language and code, complicated by the formality of prayer, and the way it questions the power dynamic between programmer and machine. So I went ahead and made a working language. Now, technically, I think we can decide that this is an esoteric language because it doesn't particularly make it easy to understand code's performance. It views the attempt to translate human intent into logical steps as a kind of hubris, kind of the central sin in Greek mythology. And I wrote about SLNgs for about 10 years on my blog, Esoteric Codes. One thing about Olympus is that it's written in this kind of pseudo-natural language. And natural language and code have this kind of long and often antagonistic relationship. This quote at the top is from Mark Marino's excellent book, Critical Code Studies. He says, writing programs in a natural language, whether spoken or written, has been a dream of programmers perhaps since the advent of the digital state machine. Now, I would argue that, although that's true, it's perhaps been more the dream of managers than coders. Marino here is describing Phlegmatic, which was an influential language by Admiral Grace Hopper that helped shape COBOL, among many other languages. But Hopper, a Navy admiral, wanted to make code more accessible to vice presidents or a colonel or an admiral. And it's perhaps an early entry in this idea of having business analysts write code with natural language tools to eventually bypass programmers entirely. And we've seen this idea come back like clockwork with the beginning of Visual Basic to sort of no code and the AI-assisted programming that we have now, which are all perfectly fine, except the idea that it's somehow going to replace the work of crafting code. Mark Zuckerberg has suggested, however jokingly, that perhaps programmers won't make more than $10 an hour in the future because AI will be doing all the work, as if this will somehow overcome the struggle of translating human intent into logic at the heart of programming. Now, of course, we're here personifying the interpreter as a series of gods, and this can invoke the Eliza effect, which is when we momentarily, however fleetingly, read a software system, something that we know is software, as sentient. And it's something that we're most familiar with now when we lose patience with digital assistants, which can be very uncomfortable because they're these subservient systems, and we sound like assholes when we yell at them. And this generates a new round of think pieces every few years. But Olympus flips this power dynamic. We bother the gods with our petty requests, and really, how can our requests not seem petty to them? But now we speak with adoration and respect. We state what we want, but we know the machine might not do what we want. Zeus is, of course, free to ignore us if he wishes and owes us no explanation. He's not accountable to us. The illusion that we command the machine is gone. It's really the gods and the machine that are in control. And as John Waters says, prayer is begging. And perhaps this begging better reflects our actual power dynamic with technology. Also, it should be noticed that experts have said that robots are now better at worship than we are. This says, robots, unlike people, are spiritually incorruptible. So here is that line of code again in Olympus, kind of broken down into parts. A line of code is not a command, but an invocation, which is a petition for help. An invocation has several pieces: the adoration, the supplication, and one or more requests, which are roughly the commands of the language. The adoration is a call to the particular god. This is their name and a series of epithets, which are phrases that celebrate or praise the god. Now, each god has their own list of epithets, and you have to get them right and not reuse them too frequently, or the god will get mad and ignore you. So for Zeus, first we say Lord Zeus, speak his name, then we have to use at least 4 epithets. We can call him Defender of Homes, Father of the Gods, and several more. But if we were praying to Ariadne, we would say Mistress of the Serpents, or perhaps Goddess who turns and turns and turns again until the way is clear. Finally, we have our actual request, which of course reads as this kind of micromanaging, do this specific thing and then that specific thing. But that is, of course, what programming is. Now, this line of code is particularly bold. We're declaring a function and assigning a print statement that has a lot of parts. And it seems like we're just on the verge of what will cause Zeus to lose his temper. This is what the code behind Olympus looks like. It's in JavaScript. It's using PEG.js, which is a parsing expression grammar. And I feel like pegs are somewhat out of style at the moment, but they're perfect for these wordy languages like Olympus. And you can kind of see at the top here we have all the different epithets for Zeus spelled out. Now, Zeus has a praise factor, which is sort of like the level of ego that god has. Zeus is higher than some of the others. But the good thing about Zeus is that there's an alternative you can call on Athena for pretty much anything that you call Zeus for. Both of them are the strategists who deal with structural things like opening blocks of code. So they have a lot of overlap in terms of how we use them. Now, if we want to declare a variable, we would do that through Mnemosyne, who is the holder of tales, old and new, mistress of memory. And you notice here that, so we're creating a vessel called beer string, that's a variable, and placing within it the missive bottles of beer. You can see that we use the word and a lot, and that already creates a certain amount of structural ambiguity. So if you and 2 things together, is it 2 different commands? Is it 2 variables as part of an expression? It's not always clear. And this naturally limits how much you can say in one line of code and kind of prevents you from sort of overrunning in a way that will really kind of piss off that god. Ariadne, Mistress of the Labyrinth and the Serpent, deals with branching structures. So that's if, case, break, and the calling of a function. Here we're asking her to create a check, and a check is just a truth condition. In this case, we have an if statement connected to it, but we don't actually say what the truth condition is. We're saying create a check called check99 with parameter x to call printbot. So it's this if condition based on a truth condition that we haven't described yet. We're going to describe it later by going back to this check99 and assigning something to it. And in this way, we kind of skip about the surface of the program, adding functions and blocks of code where we please, all out of order. We create a function and we decorate it by adding additional commands. We can add additional parameters as well through currying. And this kind of breaks the local narrativity of code, where lines of code are no longer grouped because they run in sequence or are part of the same abstraction, but instead organized by reverence, treating each god as a resource and not burdening them or asking them too much back to back. Now, when we want to close a block of code, we call on Hades to collect the souls of variables no longer needed. It's what's called a garbage collection in other languages. Artemis and Demeter, who rule over the cycles of nature, are the masters of looping structures and repetition. Hermes, the bringer of dreams, is responsible for all random numbers. And as the messenger of the gods, he deals with input and output. Aphrodite transforms the ideal plane into the physical world, which is the equivalent of eval in Olympus. Now, some people might ask, why is this sort of in this kind of strange variation of a procedural language? Why didn't we go for something that sort of embraces the classical beauty associated with ancient Greece, the Platonic solids and golden spiral, and those principles of design that find their ultimate expression in the Yahoo logo? Wouldn't what we have look more like a Lisp language, where everything is balanced and eternal in a kind of declarative functional model? And I would argue that that's really Plato's view of the gods, and that Olympus is not a Platonic language. It belongs to the kind of petty, tempestuous Homeric gods. Also, there's already too much pretend elegance in code, which I kind of see as the curse of mathematicians' influence on computer science. We can pretend to be clear thinking, but we're not ultimately logical beings. And most programs that we write fall short of this. Nearly all have bugs, places where our logic falls short. And that's something I want to embrace with Olympus. Now, we open and close programs by calling on the deathless gods to hearken to our prayer. And at the very end of the program, we end with, "Oh, great gods, with all the splendor of Olympus, sing the song of 99 bottles of beer on the wall," finally declaring the name of our program. So that is Olympus. I have actually, I know it's probably bad form to have two QR codes on the same screen, but I actually wrote a full Olympus paper that's supposed to be paywalled, but it isn't yet. So if anyone wants to read it, it's the one on the left. On the right is my mailing list. And I just want to mention that I'm working on a book. It's coming out next year of 44 different SLNs, including Olympus, with MIT Press, coming out sometime next year. So if that interests you at all, you can email me or sign up for the mailing list there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Two really great talks to start us off. Let's do our third one. So our next speaker loves embedding games in surprising places and building experiences that connect strangers over the internet. You can find his work at eio.games. Here's our next talk, Nolan Royalty with 88 files a second running Flappy Bird inside Mac OS Finder.
All right. Hello, yes, my name is Nolan Royalty, and I like to make unusual games. I'm going to tell you about one. So last year, I was using Mac OS Finder, the way that you look at files on Macs, and I noticed this date last opened timestamp, and that caught my eye. And it caught my eye because it reminded me of this thing called A-time, access time, a controversial file property on Linux. It's controversial because it tracks the last time that a file was accessed, but it's stored on the file system. So you update the file system every time you read from the file system. It slows things down a lot, and Linux kernel developers don't tend to like it. Keynote also wanted me to call it anime, which I thought was pretty funny. So I investigated the deal with date last opened, and what I found was that it changed when you double-clicked a thing in Finder, but it didn't change when I accessed that directory on the command line or when I renamed files inside it. I also found that with MDLS something something, it was programmatically accessible, and that all really excited me because I like to put games in weird places. So I'll show you what I mean. Let's make a button. Here's our plan. We're going to write down the time that that directory was last opened. And then in a loop, we're going to check when it was last opened. And if it's different, we're going to do something. And then we're going to update the time that we wrote down. We're going to do this forever in a loop. That looks something like this. If you haven't seen Bash, don't write a lot of Bash. It's probably hard to read, but it's just an implementation of what I just described. And let's try that right now. So here's an example directory. I'm sorry, a little hard to read, but I'm going to double click it. And you can maybe hear that it's saying you clicked the button. I can leave the directory, re-enter. OK, cool. So that kind of works, but I have to like leave the directory and re-enter it every time I click that folder. That's not a very good button. We can do better. And what we can do here is use symlinks. So if you haven't seen a symlink before, it's like you might know it as the name shortcut or alias. It's just a way to make a file somewhere that points at a file somewhere else. You click this file, you're actually clicking that file. And what we're going to do is we're going to put a symlink in that directory that points to the directory that it's in, so that when we double click it, nothing happens, but we update that timestamp. And that looks something like this. So here's our directory. OK. And I can click this button. Nothing happens, but we're getting a response. We have built a button inside the file system. So we can take input. That's one of the things that we need for our game. But we also need output, right? What should we use for output? Well, I think that file names are a very reasonable thing to do. We're already dealing with file names, right? And so I started trying to figure out how I would draw the user a picture within the file system. And I was trying to come up with how to do ASCII art, but Finder's font isn't monospaced, and so that wasn't really working. And then I realized, wait, you can put emojis in file names, which is insane. I don't know why you can do that, but emojis, conveniently, are all the same width, and so it's much easier to draw with them. Thank you, whoever added that to Mac OS. So we have a form of input, just a single button that we can click. what's like an iconic game that kind of suits that form of input? Well, I think that Flappy Bird is actually a really good choice. If you haven't seen it before, Flappy Bird, you control this bird. It jumps when you tap. You try to not hit the pipes. That's it. It was a very popular, iconic game in the early mobile era. Pretty simple to program, and all you need is a single input, tap to flap. So, finally, we need a function that goes from the state of our game at any one point to all of the file names that we want to draw to the screen. I'm not going to spend very much time on that because I just don't have enough time to go into it. One thing to call out is that we have to be careful to write those files in a consistent order so that they like appear to the user in a consistent order, since I'm sorting by date last modified. Fun stuff. But OK, recapping. What do? Well, we just fill a directory with symlinks pointing to their parent directory. We use emojis for their file names, and then we're going to rename them to create movement normal stuff, and that gives us a game that looks like this. And like, that's a game, kinda. It's working, but like, there are some problems here, right? We can do better. What are the problems? Well, there are two problems, or alternatively, there are infinite problems with doing something like this, but we're gonna talk about two problems. One of the problems is that we have limited timestamp fidelity. MDLS something something only gives us seconds. It doesn't give us milliseconds. And what that means is that we can't run it over 1 frame a second because you can't jump more than once a second. If you jumped twice in a second, we wouldn't update the timestamp the second time, right? And we want our players to be able to play our very playable game. So we need to do something about that. How do we fix it? I looked for all sorts of things and thought it'd be really convenient if we could detect file selection, detect you tapping the file. And I looked for different ways to do this, and eventually I stumbled upon AppleScript, which is a fever dream programming language from the 90s. I love it so much. You talk to the computer. It is great. I love it. The one guy at Apple that still works on AppleScript emailed me about this project, which was a huge deal for me. And you can just say, hey, AppleScript, how many files are currently selected right now? And it'll tell you. And so our plan now is we're going to check how many files are selected. If the user has clicked, OK, or if they've selected a file, that means they've clicked. That means that we jump. We've got another problem, though. Maybe you saw it. It's that our screen was tearing. That looks like this. That's one of the frames from the video. And what's going on there, this is kind of a common problem in graphical programming, is that we have old file names and new file names being displayed at the same time, which results in like the pipe at the bottom of the screen being torn. Finder isn't meant for this, which I know is a surprise to the audience, but we need to control when it refreshes those file names in some way. So what do we do? Well, I looked to kind of the techniques that people typically use to solve this and came up with double buffering. Double buffering is this really cool technique, common way of solving exactly this problem with real games. And the basic idea is we want to show all of those renames at the same time. So with double buffering, typically you have two buffers. Since our buffers are directories, we're going to have two directories. We display one directory, we rename all the files in another directory, and then we swap to displaying that directory all at once so that Finder never has a chance to show old and new stuff at the same time. So I tried all sorts of things for double buffering. One promising thing was using symlinks to swap out the contents of the directory atomically. That doesn't work because symlinks aren't expanded in Finder, so we can't do that. What do we do? What do we do? Well, it turns out AppleScript can do this too, because AppleScript can do everything. We love it. You can simply say, tell application Finder to set target of front Finder window to dir curbuff as POSIX file, normal stuff, and that will change which directory Finder is displaying. And that gives us a game that looks more like this. This is great, running at 2 frames a second, there's no more screen tearing. This is kind of cool. All right, we're gaming 2 frames a second. That's a lot of frames, right? But we can still do better. So let's recap our current setup. We've got a lot of symlinks, 22 symlinks pointing to their parent directory. In fact, we have 2 different parent directories, 2 sets of symlinks. In Python, we're shelling out to AppleScript to check whether a file is selected. Then we rename the files. And then in Python, we shell out to AppleScript again to do our double buffering. That's a lot of shelling out to AppleScript. And it turns out that AppleScript starts up too slowly for us. And I looked for all sorts of ways to fix this. I tried compiling my AppleScripts, which isn't really a thing, but it says it's a thing, all sorts of stuff. Told my friends on what to do, and a friend suggested, can you just rewrite the whole game in AppleScript? And no, I'm actually not that crazy. But almost. We can get really close. What we can do is rewrite our game loop inside AppleScript, calling out to Python instead of the other way around. So to kind of walk you through that code, we wait for the user to start the game, asking them to double-click, the first thing that we were doing, since that's a more forceful action. We record what time that is. We check the number of files selected within AppleScript. We pass that to Python. That tells us whether you're jumping. Python renames all of the files in our other directory, returns that to AppleScript, and then AppleScript navigates us to that new directory. And then we sleep to maintain a consistent frame rate, which just kind of makes things seem a little smoother. Since we only have a couple of frames a second, it's really obvious if one of those frames is twice as long as one of the others. Less of a problem if you're running at like 60 frames a second. So that gets us to 4 frames a second. That's double the previous number of frames. That's a 15th of what most games do, which is kind of good. And then finally, to kind of close things out, I tried to add some flavor. I added scrolling banner ads across the top of the screen, which you can see. The one that you'll see tells you that you're the millionth visitor to this Finder window. Added documentation, some instructions, and then there's high score tracking in the bottom right. It's going to be really hard to see on this, but it does keep track across different games. And that gives us a full game that I'm going to try to play until I lose because I have a little bit of time. So here we go. I wish I could make this bigger, but I can't. I'm just going to double click to start. And the game's going to run. And I click, and I click, and oh, I died. OK, it's a really hard game. It's not super playable. But that's it. That's what I've got. My name's Nolan Royalty. You can find my work at eieio.games. And thanks so much for having me. This was a joy to present.
I think some of my favorite talks are ones that just make me smile and laugh the whole time, and how silly they are. Our fourth and final talk for this session, our speaker is a computational artist and poet based in Seattle, currently pursuing a PhD working in creativity support tools. Her work plays with blending into the physical and digital into love letters on the internet, transforming text into interactive experiences. Her computational poems have appeared in Taper, the HTML Review, and Crawlspace. So here's Alicia Guao with the poem that doesn't end, or the poetics of RNG.
Actually, do you need audio? No, okay. No audio. So I'm gonna. Okay. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, thank you. Hi, this is the poem that doesn't end, or the poetics of RNG. I'm Alicia, a computational poet, artist, and researcher in creativity support tools. And today I'll be talking about one of my projects, but what I'd really love to share is the spirit of poetic computation, and hopefully leave you with a sense of being able to create your own computational poetry. This was a poem I wrote sometime last year called Some Things to Be, inspired by one of my favorite poets, Chen Chen, and his poem, When I Grow Up, I Want to Be a List of Further Possibilities. And isn't that such a lovely sentiment? There's the feeling of possibility in the exercise of thinking of things to be, and it was so hard to settle on just a few lines for this poem because there are so many things that I want to and could be. So that led me to wonder, what are all of the other things I could be? So I created this to be endless, infinite poem of endless things to be. It's a browser experience you can scroll on forever and find new things to be, and each refresh will bring up new possibilities. To be duller, to be a nautical intuition, to be static, to be vigilance, to be audacious and errant, to be aesthetically misleading, to be one last harmonic presenter. And you can tell there's an algorithmic flavor to it. And at first it might seem like it doesn't even make sense. It might not even be grammatical. But the human brain is amazing at filling in gaps and creating meaning, and suddenly you want to be loved for your unjust fuzz. Or maybe you want to be intimately random and fastidious, or to be bluntly academic and unintelligible. And for sure, I want to be loved in strategically litigating ways. So the way that I created this poem was with the grammar, and the same code that created To Be a Good Prey also created To Be a Brighter Activist Despite Our Obedience. And I'm going to get into the details of how this works because I think grammars are so wonderful and powerful for how simple they are. Starting with a simple example for how grammars can generate text, we can think of it as a set of rules for expanding text. And we'll start with to be something, and we don't know what we want to be yet, so we have a variable or placeholder. And maybe I want to be occasionally refreshing from my original poem. So I can have an adverb and adjective, and maybe I want something else. So another option could be a good noun. And we're still not done. We have to fill in these placeholders. So I'll just pick some random words for each of these parts of speech. And we're now ready to start expanding our grammar. We begin with the start phrase, and then randomly choose our options from phrase. I'll go with adverb, adjective. And then for each of those, also expand randomly. And suddenly, we get to be softly absurd. And we have just created a small poem. And this small grammar gives us 15 distinct possibilities. And we can think of grammars as a structure for defining language. From this wonderful article by Matt.Might, grammars are the language of languages. And I'll start off with, you don't need to read any of this, but the type of grammar we used is a context-free grammar, and I'll get into a bit more why it's called that later. But there is a formal definition for those of you that are curious, and then here's an easier definition. We have a starting point, a set of non-terminals, and then a set of non-terminals that can be expanded further, and a set of terminals that can't be expanded further, and then a set of rules for expanding those non-terminals. As I alluded to earlier, there are different types of grammars, and they differ by the rules of expansion and the complexity of the languages they can generate. So these are ordered by their generative power, and they are used in many different areas in math, linguistics, and programming languages. Regular grammars are the most restrictive. Recursively enumerable or unrestricted grammars are the most powerful, and in the middle we have context-free grammars, which allow for nested patterns and are called context-free because their rules for reduction don't rely on the surrounding elements, so they don't rely on the surrounding context, and these are great for poetry. And how do you create your own grammars? There are many tools available online, like Tracery, created by Dr. Kate Compton. This is an example of the web editor where you can just jump in and start creating your own grammars. There's also Rita, which has some more advanced capabilities and is what I use to create my to-be poem. So I lied a little bit. It's not really infinite. There are only this really large number of possibilities, which if you viewed a new one each second would take you over 1 million years. But if you wanted to make this truly infinite, you could have a rule that recursively goes to itself, and then you have an infinite list of adjectives to be. There are other applications. If you've seen any of these Twitter bots, these were created with grammars from a tool, Cheap Bots Done Quick. There are also other poetic experiences you can create with grammars, and here is another poem that I created with grammars. It's an experience in the web asking what lives behind the web, and can you just sit and window watch on your browser? And I want to ask what makes these so compelling. If the grammar is the bones of the poem, then I think randomness is the soul that makes it alive. It brings back the play and playing in language, allowing one to ignore the expectations for what should be and live in the could be. And in code, when I'm working in the browser, this means math.random, one of my favorite functions. But how does that actually work? It actually depends. Your browser gets to decide how math.random is implemented. And nowadays, it's usually this function, XOR shift 128+. It's a deterministic algorithm that just takes a really long time to repeat, so the numbers appear random. But it's called a pseudo-random number generator. And you probably won't be using it to secure important information, but it's really good for poetry. And random number generators existed long before computers. We have, as far back as 5,000 years ago, dice were used to determine fates. We had coin flips, and these are truly random because the outcome is not deterministic and cannot be predicted. But people got tired of rolling a bunch of dice, so they started creating random number tables. These random number tables recorded different random numbers that I could use. They could come from anything, such as the census, a telephone directory. Someone was rotating a cardboard disc with numbers on different sections in a dark room and just shining light on it to see whatever number was illuminated. And then there's finally, created by Rand's electronic roulette wheel in 1947, a million random digits with 1,000 normal deviates. This was created with electronic pulses, and they just recorded a ton of numbers. It has a 4.49 on Goodreads. And I looked into some of the lower ratings, and I don't think they're quite fair. And a few years later, we have Ernie, a whole computer dedicated to generating random numbers using neon tubes and the decay of radioactive material. Another source of true randomness is a lava lamp. As some of you might have seen, Cloudflare uses these in their office with a camera that takes snapshots to convert these into random numbers as part of creating encryption keys. And there are other sources of true randomness, such as using hardware and quantum phenomena, atmospheric noise, or radioactive decay. So it makes you wonder, can anything radioactive be used as a random number generator? And someone tested this. This is an experiment from Valeria Nappi, testing to see if the potassium in a banana was enough. And it was, but also spoiler, the background radiation was also enough, so the banana was not quite necessary. But it gets you into thinking what inputs you can have as inputs for your program in randomness. There's also a rich history of randomness in creating text. This is called cut-up technique. You put in a bunch of words, cut them up, draw them out of a hat. There's also this wonderful, lovely table of types of light, and there was a poet who used this to create poetry by choosing random entries. There's also this, 100 million poems of 10 sonnets cut up that could be rearranged in any way. And I think of computational poetry in two ways, as the effect of computational processes like this, but also the new experiences that are made possible through code and interaction. This is a walking poem from Javier the Computer, and it takes your location and generates a poem that you can experience through walking. This one starts where we are all sitting, and if any of you like to try walking this poem, you'll end up somewhere 20 minutes and 0.8 miles from here, and I don't know where that is. And so as I think about my work, I love creating artifacts that create artifacts. And most of the times these poems come together in the process of creating, and only then does the poem begin to take shape. Here's a woven poem created in collaboration with friends where passersby could rearrange the words on fabric strips and weave a poem together. Computational forms that allow for many different arrangements lend themselves well to collaboration. And you can find me and my other computational pieces here. And I just want to say that computational poetry doesn't have to be with pen or paper or code, but any form that you can imbue with a computational process. And even if you didn't write it yourself, it can still express something very real. And randomness doesn't have to come from code, and it's probably better if it doesn't. Thank you.
How about those first four talks? I thought they were fun and interesting, and what a great way to start off today. Let's see. So if you're online, we know there's a few sound problems. We're working through those now. As we go into a 10-minute break in person, if you are online, maybe turn your sound down a little bit before we come back, just because they're going to fiddle with some things. And then captioners, same thing. Sorry for the noise you're probably going to hear. Maybe go into silence for a little bit. So we're going to do 10 minutes and come back for our next session. And see you all in a little bit.
If you're on the live stream, you can ignore this if you're in the courtyard. If you're on the live stream, we know it is quiet, and it will soon be much less quiet, I hope. And so what that means is you should turn your volume down now. Mirabai will check with you before we start up again. Thanks, sorry. Check one. Oh, there's signal there when I talk. Okay, let's see. I assume there's going to be a bunch of echoes still here. Okay, so we've turned that down even a little bit further. The question is where all the reverb is coming from. Maybe that's coming from the board. Hang on. Check 1, 2. Just so you know, Mirabai, we are not changing any of the configuration that's going to you. I'm changing a bunch of configuration that's going to the live stream, but not to you. Another question is, hey Mirabai, you still read this? Okay, so it only looks like I screwed absolutely everything up on the board. I did not actually screw absolutely everything up on the board. Okay, yeah, all right. We're going to keep talking here, and Erdi is going to keep talking and rambling, and you can only hear this on the live stream, so you all know. But we're just going to keep messing with settings here.
'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the mome raths outgrabe. Beware the jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jubjub bird, and shun the frumious bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the maximum foe he sought, till rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O frabulous day, calloo callay, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the mome raths outgrabe. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules, and I hit the ground running. Wait, what's the next line? Wait, you messed me up. Didn't get, captioner on strike. Oh man, I had this memorized and then I forgot it. All-star lyrics. Google. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. I apparently have broken Mirabai. Sorry. All right. We can find something else. I just need things that I can read or speak about. Can you what?
Talk to the captioner.
You what would you like to say to the captioner?
Can you, or what is your support for non-English characters? For example, if I say can you write that as a schwa?
We'll find out. I just need to keep talking so that we have audio testing. But look at that. Is that a schwa on the? I can't actually see because we're amazing.
Can I do more vowels? E, A, I, U. Oh, that's not. Should I be careful about the volume, or can I?
You're pretty good. Yeah, don't get too loud because we are
Okay.
trying to like test.
I see. Those are not the vowels I was expecting. Let's see. Blahai. I should keep talking. Do you, I can spell it for you. Do you want me to spell it for you? Yes, it is the shark. It is the IKEA shark. It's pretty transphobic if you can't do the IKEA shark, really. Yeah, I saw that you worked on Clover. That's really cool. You can do emoji? A little bit? Wait, can you do emoji? I saw an emoji appear and then disappear. Blahai is B-L-A with the circle above it. H-A-J. Oh, I see.
I need the mic back, but thank you. Yeah, thank you for keeping us all entertained.
Thank you, Mirabelle, I think?
Mirabai.
Mirabai. Great communicating with you.
All right. Hey, chat. Is this real? Can you let me know in Discord how we're doing on audio? We're listening to it here, but it is useful to hear from you. And also, I need to keep talking so that the people who are testing audio can continue to test audio. So I'm just going to keep doing that. Yes, hello.
Do we need to keep talking for a while?
We do need to keep talking, in fact, Sarah. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I actually have a story I could share.
Oh, all right, go for it.
Yeah.
We may cut you off if we find the audio, but we'll figure it out.
Okay, that's great. So there was this guy in the lumberjack field, and he started his own business because he was cutting down so many trees and decided to just run with it. So he found a friend, and they started the business together, lumberjacking, and they were cutting down trees, and they got popular, so they decided to grow a bit. They kept hiring more lumberjacks, got really popular, started a whole LLC, and kept growing. We're very successful, and finally decided they needed a website. And so they got a website, bought the domain for it, kept growing, got really popular, decided they were going to move everything to the cloud. So they got an AWS account and moved everything over to the cloud. Their business kept growing. They have like 100 lumberjacks at this point. And at one point, the website went down, and they were struggling to figure out what happened, what was happening, why was the website crashing, or they didn't know exactly. So their IT person finally was just like digging through issues and trying to figure out what happened. Finally, figured out the issue, solved it. The website's back up. Their business could keep going to great success. And finally, the CEO Lumberjack was just like, "Man, what happened?" And the IT person finally said, "Well, we were struggling to figure out, but we finally looked at the logs." Insert like hilarious uproar laughter here. Nothing? Nobody's laughing? I'm looking at people looking at the screen, and I don't see anybody, so perhaps they didn't see the joke. But that's fine, that's fine. I love telling really long jokes, and I could tell it later, because I don't think anybody caught it. Yeah, oh, hey, Birdie.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good. You're getting good reactions in the chat to your jokes.
Oh my gosh, there are people online actually looking at my joke. Love it.
Yeah, it's like we're on the internet or something.
It's sad that all the in-person people missed it, but I love that the online people saw it.
Yeah, I did get to say chat is this real, which I was very excited about, so.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there any other jokes we could tell?
I don't know, should we could interview people or something?
Oh, we could. Man on the street type style things. Oh, I see somebody. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, Sarah with a H.
Your name is also Sarah?
Yeah, with an H.
Oh, cool. I think Sarah's with an H are the best Sarahs. Where are you from?
From Boise, Idaho.
Boise, Idaho. Sarah from Boise, Idaho. What's the best thing about Bang Bang Con?
The best thing about Bang Bang Con is the captioner.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Well, it's usually so hard, I'm a hearing person, but it's usually so difficult to figure out what's going on, and like, you know, if I'm slightly off to the side or if I forget to pay attention for a second, I can always look at the little caption screen and scroll back, and then I know what happened.
You don't have to flatter the captioner, but I find it's very handy.
Ooh, question marks. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have been speaking into microphones with Mirabai on the other end for a very long time.
Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Thank you very much, Sarah with an H. Let's come over to the other side. Who should I interview over here? Who wants to be interviewed? No one? I'm gonna just pick somebody. Hi, what's your name?
AJ.
AJ. Hi, AJ. What's the best part about BangBangCon so far?
Some of the hilarious talks, I love the ones that make me laugh.
Do you have a particular talk that's been hilarious? Like the most hilarious?
Oh, I'm terrible with superlatives. I was laughing a lot at the making a keyboard one.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh, I'm being summoned away. Thank you, AJ, for your helpfulness.
Thank you, Mirabai. All right. Hello, everyone. I didn't realize the mic was going to be live before I got on stage, but here we are. All right, we had some technical difficulties, but thank you to the sound crew, thank you to the live streaming crew. Apparently sound is much better now for folks online. And again, you know, chat, let us know if it doesn't sound good. All right. Cool. Welcome back. Because of the delay, we will be starting lunch a little later. Lunch is probably going to start around 12:45, but that's okay because food doesn't show up until 1 o'clock anyway. So this worked out really nicely. Our first talk of this session is called Generated Flower Beds, Inspired by Ancient and Modern Polychrome Textiles by Rebecca Ravenoak. Rebecca is a computer programmer and artist who works with digital and physical textiles. They weave, code, bake, and garden just south of Oakland in a wacky old house full of cats and as many weird little succulents as they can grow. Please welcome Rebecca.
Hello. Ooh, neat. Welcome to my talk about algorithmically generated flower beds inspired by ancient and modern polychrome textiles. And you will know what all of those words mean at the end, I promise. My name is Rebecca. I'm a weaver and a programmer. I work with textiles, and I do a lot of computer simulations that I like to call digital textiles. This talk is about one flavor of those, inspired by my favorite weaving structure. So as a mini agenda, we are going to work through the title of this talk backwards. I'll start by talking about what polychrome textiles are, where they come from, and then get into how I taught a computer how to draw flowers. So that sounds good, let's get started. So what are ancient polychrome textiles? Polychrome is one of those art words that you use when the default is monochrome. Most weaving is not exactly monochrome, but usually you only use one color at a time for simplicity. Polychrome textiles are special because you use multiple colors of thread together in order to generate blocks of solid and blended colors. Polychrome tapestries date way back, like this Egyptian tapestry from the 5th century. So polychrome is ancient, but it's modern too. These days I have access to so many colors that ancient weavers would be extremely jealous. I wove these 2 blankets this summer while I was thinking about this talk. They use a weave structure called crackle, which is an old Scandinavian weave structure that was popularized in America in the 1920s by Mary Meigs Atwater. She gave it the name crackle because she thought Jämtlandsväv was a bit of a mouthful for Americans. The fabric has these little blips of color on the back that poke through to the front, forming the crackles. That's where the name comes from. It reminded her of a crackle glaze on pottery. So polychrome crackle is a much more recent invention than traditional crackle. It really only dates back to the mid-20th century, but it is an incredibly versatile weave structure for playing with color and shapes, which is why I love it, and I'm really excited to share the crackle magic with you. So what makes crackle special? Crackle produces 4 distinct textures where the threads are combined. Technically, it is a twill for people who know what twill is, but it doesn't really look like it because we use a lot of colors and we're obscuring the sort of underlying fabric structure. Crackle is what weavers call a block weave, and those are the large squares that you can see in the diagram. Those are the blocks. On 4 shafts, which is a pretty simple loom, we get 4 blocks. I've labeled them A, B, C, and D. If you have a more complicated loom, like it has 8 shafts, you get 8 blocks and a new kind of background texture, but we can't get into that. We would be here until Monday. So 4 blocks, 4 shafts. The crackle blocks form a diagonal line when you use them in order. The wiggly lines you see at the very top and far right of the diagram, we don't need to worry about those. Those are just instructions for the weaver. If you want to worry about them, if you look really closely, you'll see that going from left to right and top to bottom, they are the same shape. That's why there's an A, B, C, and D in both directions. Those strong diagonal lines appear because each pair of adjacent blocks has one float color in common. The floats are places where the yarn stay above or below the fabric for 3 threads, and that's what creates the pattern. Every block has 2 floats, and at a distance, they blend into new colors. I am using red, yellow, blue, and green yarns, but that's not the effect we get. The blocks are orange, purple, aqua, and yellow-green, and that will be easier to see if we zoom out. So the previous screenshot was from a weaving program called Fiberworks. It's really useful for weaving, but it doesn't really do the weird procedural art that I like to make, so I built something special in JavaScript. It takes 2 block sequences as input, that's the A, B, C, D, and uses them to create a digital quilt using SVGs. I translated the crackle textures into 4x4 SVG tiles, and the renderer fills in the grid with the correct texture for each combination of blocks. So that's cool, but how do we use it to draw flowers? We need to generate those sequences algorithmically, so that's what we're going to do next. The renderer takes those 2 inputs, which start out as lines. Eventually, we're going to teach the computer how to draw flowers, but we need to teach it how to draw a line first. We have 4 blocks to work with. We're calling them A, B, C, and D, and so we'll make an array to hold our alphabet. Every sequence will be made of just those 4 blocks. A line is a sequence of blocks in order. We can generate one by running through the array in either direction, forwards or backwards, and looping around when we get to one end of the array. We could skip over letters. Technically that's fine, but it would give us breaks and discontinuities, and those would be really weird flowers. So we only want to generate continuous lines for our flowers. A single line can be interesting, right? Like those blankets I showed you earlier were based on a single line. But in order to draw flowers, we want some kind of symmetry. So the line has to flip it and reverse it. Drawing a point is as easy as generating 2 lines in opposite directions. You go up, A, B, C, D, and then you go back down, CBA, that forms a point. We can chain lines and points together to make more complicated shapes, but for now, we're going to stick with a single simple point. So this is what it looks like when we weave 2 points together. The bottom left quadrant of this flower has our familiar diagonal line, and then we've mirrored it in the other quadrants to form this roundish plus sign shape. This is an okay flower. It's not great. We can do better. It's sort of flower shaped. We can use it to make some more interesting shapes later. But first, we're going to talk about the math that got us to this point. We have to be able to determine which texture goes with which combination of blocks in order to draw these shapes. The textures don't really have names. I could call them orange, purple, blue, green, and yellow, green, but that would be really confusing if I ever changed colors. So I think it's more interesting to think of them as offsets. If you're using the same block in both directions, there's no offset. So you get the same texture whether you're using A with A or C with C. That's the sort of main orange diagonal line. If you use B with C, that's an offset of 1 because there's 1 step between B and C. If you use C with B, that's different. That's 3 steps because you have to go C, D, A to B. I know there's 4 letters, but that's 3 steps. All of the possible block combinations and offsets are in the table to the left. They aren't all symmetric, which I think is cool, and it gives us some interesting effects. I really like the way that the orange is always framed by the yellow on one side and the purple on the other, because it builds this really cool gradient effect into all of our lines. I think that's neat. So I really liked that fat plus sign shape, but it is not very flower-like. We need to make it more interesting by changing the shape of our diagonal lines, and we can do that by making some blocks wider and others more narrow. More repeats of a block will slow the line down so it stays flatter, and fewer repeats of a block will make it go up more sharply. My trick for drawing nice shapes is to use the Fibonacci sequence because 2 Fibonacci numbers next to each other always looks nice. There are other ways to make knife curves using math, but since I have to debug this, I wanted to keep things simple. So here is that previous shape, but it has been stretched and squished into something that looks pretty much like a flower. Previously, each block was the same size, it had the same number of repeats, but now the first 2 blocks have shrunk and the middle block has expanded. This is why I use the Fibonacci sequence for everything. It just looks nice, right? Like, patterns like this are aesthetically pleasing, but they can get kind of boring because I tend to use the same sequences over and over again. I want to teach the computer how to do something more interesting than that. So here is the extremely sophisticated algorithm that goes into drawing flower beds. We start with 2 initial pieces of state. One, we choose a block size to start out with, and then we choose the direction for the block sizes. So if we want them to start getting bigger or start getting smaller, we're going to assume that the blocks are just going to get bigger initially, and we're going to start at block size 1. So for every letter in the sequence, we want to determine how many repeats it has based on the probabilities specified in the pie chart. These are completely arbitrary. I just fiddled with the numbers until it looked good to me. And the last piece of magic in this algorithm is if we are at the largest or smallest block size possible, we're going to flip a coin to determine if we want the block sizes to turn around and start increasing or start decreasing. So what happens if we go off the end of an array of our block sizes? Nothing. We don't go out of bounds. We just stay there. We have confidence that at some point the sizes will start turning around and we'll go back the other direction. So we have everything we need to draw flower beds now. I said we can chain lines and points together earlier to make more complex shapes, so that's what we're going to do. We can tell the algorithm how many points we want in our line or our wiggle. We can stretch that sequence, and then we can generate another one for the other direction. There's always the vertical direction and the horizontal direction, which I really like doing backwards. So that's all the technical stuff. We get to do fun show and tell now. Let's look at what the computer came up with. I don't know how well you can see this, but all of my photos and slides are on Discord if you want to follow along there. So I think these are super cool. The tool generates a new image every time I refresh the page, and there's just an endless supply of these cool multi-flowers. When I'm weaving, I generate a bunch, and then I crop them, which is also what I did here. I cropped the images to fit on the slides. And speaking of weaving, just to prove to you that the renderer is based on something real and not something I made up, this is a towel and its digital counterpart. You can tell that I didn't auto-generate this one because all of the blocks are about the same size, because I am not very adventurous with the big chunky blocks. Some of the pieces I wove on this orb were all my designs, and some of them were collaborations between me and what I'm calling the Neat Shapes machine. We don't have time to look at everything, but I did bring it with me. You can check it out at lunch, whenever. It's in the big yellow bag. I'm really friendly, but I'm really bad at talking to people, so sorry about that. And also in the Discord, in the channel, I posted pictures of all of these so people online can see them too. So this is a piece I collaborated with the computer on. It drew the flowers and I chose the colors. I wanted to make something for my mom's birthday. Her favorite color is blue, and I love how this came out. Like, I think the computer is better at drawing flowers than I am at this point. I love it when the things I make surprise me. So why is this useful outside of my extremely specific interest in blobby pixelated flowers? So we get to talk a little bit about looms and how they are weird computers. They both have threads, more than just the funny joke sense. Looms are highly parallelizable. I can simultaneously weave as many flowers as I can fit on my 40-inch loom. But they also have very limited memory capabilities, assuming you're not using something fancy. The loom I have 6 memory slots, and I have to program them by manually tying pieces of rope to pieces of wood. And my color choices are limited to whatever yarn I have on hand. So if we think about computers that have limited memory and limited color palettes, I think about retro pixel games. I know there are some out there that use a very similar concept to generate things. Earthbound, I think, uses this for its battle backgrounds. But there are lots of other applications if you really think about it. So thank you, we made it. I don't know how the computer learned to generate exclamation points, but I do love when the things I make surprise me. Just some acknowledgements. Susan Wilson wrote a great book about Crackle. I referenced it a lot. I used svj.js and mvp.css to make everything look nice. And then my partner helped me with everything here. He is taking care of our cats right now. He is my DevOps and my everything. So thank you, Martin. And here are all of the links. These are also in the Discord. I won't read them all out loud. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Exploring the Invisible, Adventures in the Electromagnetic Spectrum by Blinry. Blinry grew up in libraries, which convinced them that it's possible to learn and understand basically everything. Their other childhood influences include a scientific German TV show with an orange cartoon mouse. Nowadays, they spend most of their time creating collaborative and educational open source tools or taking trains to random places. They're part of Chaos Community, Recurse Center, and Jugend Pact. Come on up, come on up, come on up.
Give me a second to set up. I need those. Hello, Bang Bang Con. So, if you take a piece of wire and you like move electrons through it very quickly, something interesting happens. You generate electromagnetic radiation. And that's just this basic property of our universe that this happens, which is already pretty cool. And after humans figured out that this is a thing, they started using them for like all kinds of applications, right? Here's a diagram of like the EM spectrum and all the things you can use it for. Like it's how X-rays work, it's how your remote controllers work, Wi-Fi, cell phones, and radio. And I wanted to learn more about that, like in the beginning of this year. Oops. Well, it will also work like this. So I remembered back to a learning technique I'd heard about by Weihart, which is the make 50 of something technique. You make 50 of something in one big marathon. And this is like supposed to exhaust your ideas of what you can do in a certain field. Weihart used this to learn Python by making 50 small Python programs. And I had already like tried this for making 50 tiny video games in a weekend, which was really exhausting and really fun. And so I thought, why not do that again? And this time I wanted to like do 50 things with a software-defined radio, which is this little dongle. I also have one here. You can get one for $30, and then it like receives a very wide range of like radio waves. It comes with an antenna kit, and yeah, this talk is about like me showing you what I did that week. It's called software defined because it gives you the raw data and then processes the data on your laptop. So here's what the software looks like. You dial in a certain frequency, like 104 megahertz, and then it shows you this like section of the EM spectrum. You can see and hear what's going on there. So like in the first days of this week, one very obvious like application was to try to receive FM radio, what you see here. And if you go further down in the frequency range, like to 6 megahertz, you get in the shortwave radio range, which is pretty interesting because the waves there like bounce back and forth between the atmosphere and Earth, so they travel really far. And like at night, I was able to listen to radio from China, from a Chinese station, which I found pretty amazing. You can listen to like time signals if you know where to look, which like make a little beep every second, and then every minute they make a longer beep. So I guess if you're on the ocean or something, you can like tune your watch to that. But I want to focus on like 3 adventures I did that week. The first one has to do with weather satellites. turns out there are these satellites like orbiting Earth, which like scan the surface of the planet and then send down what they see. And everyone can just receive that data. To know where they are, there's also other kinds of software which like make predictions on where the satellites will be when. So all I had to do was like to pick one and wait until it flew over my head, basically. Point my antenna upwards and then see what I received. And yeah, I dialed in the frequency, was super happy when I like received this type of signal, which like sounds like tick-tock, tick-tock. And there's software to decode this. It's like encodes an image. And my first attempt to decode it looked like this. It didn't work at all. And I'm assuming there was like interference from other sources at that day. Like after that, I tried unplugging my laptop from power. I like turned off all my screens. And on my second attempt, I got another picture, which I'm really proud of. Here it is. It's still pretty noisy, but you can still kind of see like there's parts of Europe here. There's like Italy and France and Germany. And there's this big cloud front coming here from the southwest. So that's like useful as a little weather report. And also, I noticed that the signal of the satellite appeared to move in the frequency spectrum. And at first I thought, what's going on there? Until I realized that's just regular Doppler effect going on, because the source of the signal moves. And by like measuring the offset of this shift and like plugging that into a formula for the Doppler effect, which I found online, I could calculate the satellite speed to be like 9 kilometers per second. Whoosh. Second adventure also has to do with weather data. Weather agencies launch these weather balloons into the sky a couple of times per day to make measurements about like temperature and pressure in the sky. And I wanted to receive one because they send out like their data, right? I also looked in the frequency range they would broadcast, and I think I got really lucky that day because I also pretty immediately like was able to listen to one. Like it transmits a signal every second. It says like where it is and also how high. So there's software to decode that as well. You can see that like the satellite continued rising up and the temperature went down as it rises. So this is like 0 Fahrenheit. And I knew that at some point this balloon would like grow so much, expand because of the lowered outside pressure that it would like pop. And at that point it will fall down back to Earth and like would land somewhere. That's just how these things are used. They are one-time use, but very cheaply, I guess. So I thought, what an amazing opportunity in my like experiment week. I will try to hunt this weather balloon as it comes down. So I took my bike and got on a train to the place where I thought it would land, because it turns out there are maps, online maps, which like predict from the starting location like where they will pop and where they will fall down based on the wind conditions. But that day, that balloon didn't behave as the prediction said. It popped way earlier. It fell down at another place where I was originally traveling like on a train to this town, trying to go through there. But then I got on another train, got back here, and the landing site of this weather balloon was a forest. So I looked around for this weather balloon. I very quickly found a second person who was also looking for this balloon. So this seems to do like a popular sport. And we like teamed up and looked for it together. This was really nice. We didn't find it at first. Like we thought it might have fallen into a lake maybe, or somewhere here. This was the forest in winter. And well, I would have loved to tell you now that we found this balloon and could like take it home or something. But the truth is that we didn't find it that day. And yeah, eventually, like after some searching, we gave up and later learned that a third person had been there even before us and had already taken it. Right. But yeah, as I was like reflecting on this when I traveled back, I thought, well, I didn't find this weather balloon, but maybe I found a new friend. That's also nice. Adventure number 3 happened like on the very last day of my experiment week, and I was like pretty out of ideas at that point. I had like done 45 things or so and was like thinking about what else can I do within like the software-defined radio. And one thing that came to my mind was NFC data. So this is like built into many of your phones probably to like make contactless payments, right? And I wanted just to check if I can like receive any data on those frequencies. So this is the interactive part. Let me switch to the software and start it. And now let's see if I need to lower the gain maybe. Yeah, if you try to just unlocking the phones you have. Oops. Yes, do you see these little dots there? That's just like phones waking up and then like trying to find a payment terminal to give money to, I guess. If I try it with my own phone, it's much more visible because I'm closer. Yeah, and I thought, okay, what can we do with this? I like talked to a partner about this, and we thought maybe we can like use this to communicate somehow, because like until now, until that point, I only had like received stuff. It's like very heavily regulated who can transmit anything in terms of radio waves, right? So we thought, why not try that? And we like got a library book with a built-in NFC tag. And now, if any one of you has these little pins of Bang Bang Kong with like a built-in NFC, you can like try holding your phone, like unlocking your phone and holding it to the tag. Does anyone have one around? So this was my phone turning on. And I can demonstrate, if you like hold it to the tag, you get this constant signal, right? And so we thought, okay, we could get into different rooms, like they would hold their phone. Oh, there's one of you sending me data apparently. Yeah, and they would then tap their phone on the library book in the right pattern, and we could send out Morse code. Looked like this, and that actually worked. So yeah, in that case we were like communicating and sending out data, but I mean, who can prevent you from putting your phone on a book? Okay, going to breeze through the remaining things I did. I listened to sensors from my neighbors, like you can get their pressure in their tires in their car, for example. I listened to like Morse code from other countries. You can like spot planes and track ships. Really fun. And at the last day I noticed that I can just plug the stick into my smartphone and like go mobile with the setup. Also pretty fun. And yeah, what I want to leave you with is two things. Like first, it's pretty amazing to me that all these things I've shown you are like going on at the same time, like around us all the time, right? And it's like invisible to us, but if you have the right tools, you can see them. And the other one is like just in a more general sense, I really like this make 50 things technique. And like if any one of you has like a topic you would like to get into or learn more about, maybe a software, maybe a programming language, maybe consider this technique and like make 50 of something like one after the other to see what you can come up with. Here's the software and hardware I used if you want to try to do that as well, and a blog post with like the remaining 40 things I did. And I'm on blinry.org and on Mastodon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Back Traces in the Mirror, Stealing the Secrets of Elves and Dwarves to Perform Mad Science by Julian Squires. Julian is a lifelong programmer and eccentric layabout. He previously spoke at Bang Bang Con 2017 about the emoji that killed Chrome. Come on up.
Should be. All right. We have time? The timing? Thanks. Hey, so I want to tell you about a surprising technique that came up as part of some work I did making an unobtrusive memory profiler. And just as a quick disclaimer, just because of the time limit, I'm going to be super Linux specific, and I'm going to omit a bunch of really interesting complications like threads and tail calls and things like that. But I'm really happy to talk about those things afterwards, so please track me down. So what do I mean by unobtrusive? This is kind of an idea I got into some years ago working on systems that were so sensitive to latency variations that a lot of conventional observation tools would just cause them to collapse. And tools like GDB and strace tend to use this API called ptrace for inspecting and controlling programs. And the thing about ptrace is that in order to get a consistent view of the program state, it tends to have to stop the program during that period of time. And those pauses were just too large for this poor system to handle. So I got interested in relaxations of that consistency and how I could still use sort of partial and inexact information to get useful measurements. And there are some great APIs in Linux like perf events and process VM, readv, and others that are super useful for this. And I sort of wanted to advocate for inexact results because I find tools like this have a role not in providing absolute truth, but as hypothesis generators. So there's this virtuous cycle where I measure safely but inexactly in production, and then that informs my mental model of how the system executes. And then I conduct exact experiments in a safe test environment and can reincorporate those changes into production and repeat. So that's the unobtrusive aspect. What about memory profiling? So I had been using a bunch of memory profiling tools that hook into malloc, the standard library allocator, and the problem with these, I noticed it tend to be blind to large allocations on the stack or other memory mappings. And so I wanted a memory profiler that would act more like a garbage collector, by which I mean that we identify the roots, which are locations from which pointers can originate, and then as long as we've got type information, we can just keep following those pointers until, in principle, we've walked all the live data in the program. And so where do these roots come from? So global variables, programs registers, but it turned out that for the programs that I wanted to profile, I was looking at these long-lived allocations, and so the roots from which those things originated tend to be on the stack, and in particular towards the bottom, kind of the cold part of the stack. So how do we get the roots from the stack? Well, we have to first reconstruct the frames of the stack, and then debug information will tell us for each frame kind of what the types of variables are there. But so just reconstructing the stack frames, normally we would do this with a backtrace. And I'm sure everyone here has run into a backtrace before, whether it's your code or someone else's code crashing. How do we produce that normally? So the program stops, we look at the registers. There are two that we really care about. There's the program counter, which tells us what instruction is executing, and the stack pointer that tells us where we are in the stack. And that's not enough information for us to unwind. So, well, it turns out there's actually a lot of controversy around unwind mechanisms still to this day, which is probably its own excellent Bang Bang Con talk. But I'm only going to talk about dwarf, which is kind of a fairly ubiquitous debugging format and unwind information. And what dwarf gives us is these call frame information records, or CFI. And though compactly encoded, what this effectively allows us to do is look up a program counter and figure out and get some expressions for computing old register values from the ones that we have. And kind of the most important one being what dwarf calls the canonical frame address, or CFA. And that is basically what the stack pointer was when this call was made. And once we've recovered that, we also can recover the program counter from the previous frame, right? Because it would have been pushed onto the stack right after this. And so we can basically just repeat that process all the way to the bottom of the stack. So that's how unwinding works normally. Now, there's a problem for my unobtrusive memory profiler, which is that if we don't stop the program while we're trying to read the stack, unless the program is blocked in a syscall the entire time, the top of the stack is just churning constantly, right? And we can use perf events to sample maybe a couple of pages of the stack safely, but in general, the kind of window of uncertainty can extend far beyond what we can safely sample. And if we just try and do a backtrace from the top of the stack, what I found is I typically just run into an obstacle somewhere in that window of uncertainty before I get down to the cold part of the stack where the delicious roots we seek are, right? So I asked myself, okay, could I reconstruct the stack frames from the bottom, at least the stack frames that I care about? And so we're using ELF binaries and ELF defines. The ELF header gives us an entry point that gives us an initial program counter, and procstat can tell us where the bottom of the stack is. So we have some of the register values we care about. Unfortunately, we can't just replay those dwarf CFI expressions in reverse. They're typically written as in terms of registers whose values we haven't reconstructed yet, right? But what we can do instead, so for each function, identify what calls it might make, right? And dwarf has this DW tag call site that I thought would be super useful for this, but aside from identifying tail calls, I found I couldn't rely on it in general, so I had to disassemble the functions, which is not a big deal except on x86 where it's horrible, but still tractable. So once we have the call sites, places where a call might happen, we need to ask the question, was this call taken or not, right? And one of the things that we know is that if this call was taken, then the return address, the address of the instruction after that call, should be on the stack somewhere. And it turns out for a lot of functions just have fixed stack frame sizes, and if the frame pointer is omitted, then the dwarf CFI expressions are just these very simple constant offsets, and we already know the CFA because we're working from the bottom up. So for a lot of these functions, we can just do an exact match on the stack. Unfortunately, there are other functions, particularly those that allocate dynamically on the stack with alloca, things like that, where we might run into some either a register whose value we haven't reconstructed yet, or some monstrosity. And I should mention that a big part of the controversy around dwarf, and something that's very surprising, is that dwarf expressions actually are specified in terms of a stack machine and can be, kind of quite complex computations. And so there's this real trade-off of that's very expressive, but there's some complexity and performance issues associated with that. But what I do for these cases, I just treat this as a wildcard match with kind of decreasing certainty of the interpretation of the stack the longer the match goes before we find something. And then we try and use the information in the next stack frame to corroborate whether our guess was correct or not. There's also the question of where these calls went. So lots of calls are just direct calls to immediates or PC relative values, but especially in dynamically linked programs, in object-oriented programs that make calls through B tables or jump tables, we'll find a lot of indirect calls through a register whose value we just haven't reconstructed yet. And this seemed like where I would definitely get stuck and have to throw in some heavy machinery like a stat solver and abstract interpretation and data flow analysis, but I discovered that, at least for the programs that I cared about, a much simpler heuristic works quite well, which is that as I'm disassembling these functions, I'm also looking for memory references that are loading anything that looks like a pointer to an executable segment or a table thereof. And then when I encounter an indirect call, I just walk those from most recent to least recent, kind of decreasing certainty. And it turns out a lot of the times it will just be one of a handful of recently mentioned text pointers. So eventually we run out of call sites to check. We might actually have a couple of interpretations of the stack that are possible, but hopefully we got into the window of uncertainty. And so I take the deepest, most certain interpretation of the stack, and then from that I can reconstruct the roots that I care about. And you can imagine there are a lot of ways that programs could break this, but the surprising thing for me was that actually for the programs I cared about profiling, this worked. And that brings me to the moral of this talk, which is as programmers, we often face the impossible, right? And whether that's our beliefs or a rule we learned in school or a famous impossibility result from computer science. And I want to encourage you to, while remaining conscious of those things, entertain ideas about impossible problems, because even when general cases are impossible, there are often practical subsets for which we can write useful programs, or relaxations for which inexact values are still extremely useful. So don't let perfection get in the way of progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. All right, I'm going to move the mic back because we think that that might help some of the audio issues online. But let me know if I'm too quiet. Yeah. Up next, Making Chinese Typefaces with Components by Ivan Zhao. Ivan is a poet, game and type designer, and web artist interested in non-linear narratives, forms, and mechanics that reckon with digital, diasporic, and queer identity. His work interrogates individual and viewer agency. Welcome, Ivan. I thought online said it's better if you stay farther. Okay, great. We're learning as we go along. Sorry.
We'll try.
Yeah.
Cool. Does this work? Okay, amazing. Hi everyone, and so today I'll be talking about Chinese type systems, and part of the motivation for this came out of this desire when I was recently in Taiwan a couple months ago, and I saw, if you've ever been, there's a Bugcat Kapu themed 7-Eleven. I highly recommend you go check it out. And one of the things I was really enamored by is that when you look, there's this matching of both Chinese and Latin script and sort of the way they have this kind of handwritten cursive marker feel to them. And I thought it was really interesting that when I was walking around in a lot of places in China and in Taiwan, that a lot of the signs and display systems were using this more handwritten feel as opposed to when you walk around the US, there's a different, more cursive quality. Part of this was also motivated by, at the time, I was also working on a handwritten cursive and display style typeface called Convo, inspired by the Paper Mario conversation typeface. This was also came from a Japanese original design where they used it in the Nintendo systems and then ported it over to English just for the American version. And so a lot of the original design choices were based off of Japanese kanas. And so a little bit about me. I'm Ivan. I make a lot of random stuff. I like making weird art, but sort of the cohesive thought around this is interest in how we as humans and as a society communicate and the sort of rigors and foundations around it. And so if you've ever been to a intro to graphic design or graphic design history class, they love to talk about movable type and the Gutenberg Bible. And so this is the Gutenberg Bible, printed around probably around the 1450s. It's one of the examples of movable type. But I'm actually here to tell you that if they also talk about this as the first example of movable type, but I'm here to tell you that that's wrong. And in her book, by Patricia Lockwood, no one is talking about non-Latin typography. They forgot all about the East Asian scripts. And so we sort of go back, and the first example of movable type is this inventor during the Northern Song Dynasty. His name is Bi Sheng, and he created examples of both ceramic ware and wooden movable type. And so one of the issues with this specifically in Chinese is that there are so many characters to include. So with Latin scripts, you have basic 26 characters for uppercase and 26 for lowercase, but for Chinese and other script languages, you have all these characters that you need to keep track of, which is really, really difficult. And so one of this is because the Chinese history of the language script is really, really rich. This is sort of an example of kind of where it started to all the way to today. There's a very sort of pictographic / logographic. I think a lot of researchers are still like fighting and arguing about where it came from, but you kind of see on like the top on the left-hand side is sort of this discretion from like movement of what a horse could look like back in the day to what it currently is now. And then also there's still different variations at the bottom. We have both pinyin and bokomofa, which is used in both China and Taiwan. And so even like within those countries, there's still discrepancies around it. And now even more recently, there is a student at MIT whose name is Zhou Houkun in 1914 who was looking at how can we make typewriters for Chinese, where it's like you have all these characters, there's no way that you can like constantly do this, and so he like pontificated about this idea of a type wheel for a 4,000 character typewriter where you would have all of your characters and they would sort of just like spin around. It was never actually made into fruition. And even more recently, in the late 70s and 80s at MIT, they were looking to how do we actually display this. So one of the issues is that Chinese typefaces, because they were so complex and hard to render, they were unable to be rendered on sort of early computers of the late 1900s, and so they looked into bitmaps. And so typically a lot of the bitmaps were created of a 5x7 grid, but one of the issues with this, if you ever talk to people, when you talk to people who are really passionate, like the Chinese language is something of cultural and important significance. They really love and value that, and so they had to expand that grid into a 16x16. But one of the introductions of the issues with the 16x16 grid is that there's a high degree of symmetry among the language, and so ultimately one of the solutions that they went to was moving down to a 15x15 grid. But even with this, if you have a 16x16 grid and you want to develop a typeface that is comprised of approximately 8,000 characters in order to get a sort of basis for any kind of communication, that's approximately 256 kilobytes, and that definitely would not fit into a computer at that time. So there was a lot of struggles. It took a while, and it was just very, very hard to put on a computer. So if you're thinking to yourself, like, oh, maybe I'm interested, or like, I want to learn, so how do I actually write this? So one of the really famous characters, yong in Chinese, is sort of used as the sort of prototypical example of how do you actually like write a character, because it's comprised of many different kinds of strokes. So here is like the basis of 8 strokes. We kind of have this dot at the top and the end, and then a hung to represent the horizontal strokes. But actually, even though this is kind of the basics, it kind of compounds into many more multiple strokes that exist. And so it sort of gets complicated fast, and you can kind of see that this becomes sort of like a permutation problem in its sense. Additionally, there's this idea called radicals, and so radicals are representations of a potential like idea or thought. So this is yen, which is the speech radical, and one of the really interesting things about Chinese systems is that with these sort of ideas is that you can kind of guess what the character is going to say based off the radical. Kind of going back to that pixel idea, like you can see here, one of the issues, especially with automation around kind of developing this, is that each character actually has to have a slightly different feel based off what radicals are placed next to each other. Additionally, there's also this idea of both semantic and phonetic radicals. And so semantic is sort of what the idea is trying to invoke, but phonetic is how you're trying to sort of know. But these in itself represent kind of like componentized ideas around how you can actually create characters. And then sort of there's also development in the 1960s because of low illiteracy in sort of the Chinese country. Chairman Mao during the Cultural Revolution was like, okay, we need to simplify everything. Traditional is way too hard. We need to get rid of a lot of strokes to improve literacy. And so you can kind of see on the left and the right is the simplified character versus the left is traditional, which is a lot more easier. But yeah, people, especially in China, are really adamant about it. It's like lots of civilization, and there's lots of culture tied to it. They're all super important. A really brief sort of classification around some of these. So if you're familiar with kind of Latin scripts, you'll know of like sans serifs and serifs in those regards. So in Chinese, there's a type style called Songti or Mingti, which is an allusion to kind of the Song and Ming dynasties. And you can kind of see they have more of like a serif-like quality. They're very much based around like a strong grid system. And they have kind of these like blocky elements. Additionally, there's a style called Heiti, which is more equivalent to a sans serif, and you can kind of see no serifs, very sort of like blocky, rectangular, and angular. There's one called Kaiti, which is more sort of a note to kind of brushstrokes and calligraphic notions, and so you can kind of see that in these like tapered edges. I think they look like super beautiful. And there's another called Fengsongti, which is like pseudo Songti, which is like a hybrid between the two that they were trying to make. And then going back to Bugcat Kapu, there's also this idea called Meishuti, which is more similar to a display. It translates to kind of like art style, art font, and so it's like more hard to describe, but it's commonly prevalent in a lot of places. And so when we compare this to English, so the default set for an English lang font contains about 230 glyphs. A font that contains all of the Latin scripts, which is over 100 languages, is 840 glyphs. And the simplified version of Chinese requires nearly 7,000 glyphs, and that's not including traditional, which includes 13,000. And then if you want to include all the characters, it's about 50,000. And if you want to use something that could be used in newsletters, that's around 20,000. So that's a lot of glyphs that you have to make. A lot of characters. Can you do this by yourself? Probably not. But there's an extension maybe to help build. And so this is an extension developed by a great type foundry based out of Paris called Black Foundry. And so what they did was they took this idea of sort of componentizing systems. And so here we have what they called like a straight line, which could be used as sort of the DN interpretation back in that Jung character. And so they used interpolation to be able to define like, oh, the diagonal, the width, the height of these various characters. And so taking it from that, we can create sort of these, using this like straight line primitive, we're able to then create like another character, this character, which is Cole, which represents mouth, which is comprised of 4 straight lines. And from that Cole character, we can then go to a third character, which is Pyung, which means, which represents like food. And so we can create those 3 Cole characters and composite all of them together. So you're thinking to yourself, how do I actually use, if you want to like, you know, put a Chinese font in your actual website or you're using it somewhere? Well, lucky for you, it's actually supported by UTF-8, and so thank you to the web and Unicode for making this easy, because otherwise it'd be really hard. It's actually supported kind of in the last one, which is that ASCII characters are comprised in the first byte, but in order to get a lot of these sort of Chinese and East Asian scripts, they're supported across 4 bytes. And also, yeah, it works in CSS. So font family to the rescue. You can just like throw that in your CSS file and you don't have to worry about it. But the recommendation is that you always put the English version of the name first and then also the Chinese version, just in case you don't know which one it's mapped to in the font information. There's also a lot of interesting sort of things happening in kind of like, how do we reduce the font file size? Because if you think about it, if you have a sort of font file with like 20,000 characters, that's a lot of characters that is going to be passed in your bundle. And so there's a type studio called Yosacool based in Taiwan that is looking at sort of like similar to the way that you do tree shaking. They're trying to do that with fonts where they only send you the necessary glyphs in order to get that page to load. There's a lot of great other sort of software out there for finding free fonts. This is a GitHub repo of that. And also in CSS, they have writing mode from writing right to left, which like sometimes I like forget about. I'm like, whoa, CSS supports a lot of things. And so you can write right to left. You can also change the variation if you have both normal and traditional characters. And I just like to run through a couple of quick examples of just like things that I found really cool in mapping both Chinese and English systems. There's this designer whose name is Julius Hui. I think he's a Taiwanese type designer who did the New York Times logo, and you can kind of see in the character on the left, Zhong, which represents middle, it sort of maps to this kind of serif-like, black letter-like quality. Here's the full logo next to the English logo. One of the other ones that was done is the Coca-Cola logo, and I think they did a really great job of preserving the swashes on the characters themselves and making it feel really cohesive with the English. There's also this Alice in Wonderland poster that was done when it came out in China as well, and this Taiwanese Design Expo, where they use some of that like pixel-like quality to map in both English and in Chinese. And then also as a nod to the sort of weird esoteric, this is an esoteric language called Wenyan Lang that's based off of a lot of like old Chinese classical texts. And so the entire programming language is written, like the syntax is written as like old Chinese, like classical Chinese. And that is used and compiles to, unfortunately, JavaScript, but also Ruby. And so, yeah, hopefully, you know, you learn some things or maybe you're interested. And so if you're a single designer working on making a Chinese typeface, there's this phrase in Chinese called jiayou, which you can also see on the right is a composite of the water radical and also this other character, yo, and it means to get gas, but also the slang interpretation means is good luck. And so I wish you all good luck. Thank you.
Another round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you. All right, I see catering setting up lunch. We managed to time this better today on purpose, I promise. So the lunch break is starting, and after lunch, the next session will resume at 1:55, so about an hour from now. And we will, of course, announce from up here before that happens and give you some time to get back to your spots and everything. Just a reminder, it is getting warm. Hydrate yourself, drink water, put on sunscreen, that kind of thing. We are almost out of water in the jugs over there, unfortunately, but for those of you who maybe weren't here yesterday or need a reminder, if you go through this building and then out the other side, there's a water fountain on the outside of the second set of doors through here. I also think there's some vending machines in there, but no promises. Yeah, enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here in about an hour. Thank you. Hey folks, I just heard from catering. Please wait about 10 minutes before heading over. So we'll make an announcement when lunch is ready. Sorry for, I don't know, getting everyone excited about food and then telling you to wait.
Lunch is ready. Can another organizer go help Sarah over there? I'm going to continue to do some audio stuff. But yeah, lunch is ready. The thing with lunch that you have to remember is as follows. We bought enough lunches of the types of lunches for what you ordered. So if you don't remember what you ordered, please go check your registration confirmation email. Then you may remember what you ordered. Okay. Okay, for those of you who are on the live stream, we are going back to messing with it. We are going to see if we can get rid of the helicopter noise. On the microphone side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Here comes even more gain on the microphone side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. Gotcha. Ooh, the compressor is limiting. Putting a little bit of limit in there. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Where's my headset? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Monitor set to mix 1. I have monitor set on mix 1 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Here is a plosive. Oh, wait, I should take my mask off so we can do this. So now I have no mask on, and so the plosives are back, baby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. That roll-off's a little better. Hey, how's it going?
Do you want me just to, so you don't have to be talking, play?
We can do this also. If you want to play something, we can. Yeah, if you want to play some... Any video is as good as any other video. The only question is whether the compressor and EQ settings are similar enough. But if you connect to this, then...
What's that?
If you connect to this, then I can give you... Then that's line level in. If you need a USB-C to half-inch or quarter-inch, it's sitting over in front of my laptop over there. Yes, the captioner is correct that she does not have to caption this. It is deeply unnecessary for you to caption this. And in fact, we are going to play some other video. I assume that levels are going to be pretty weird for a while. But Cindy is going to go connect some other video, which you do not need to caption in the slightest. Okay, here is the 3.5mm mixer, which we are going on. Mix 1, unmute, here you go. I hear Bang Bang Con. Turn the gain up on that, Cindy. Volume up.
Hello. You'll hear me all right? Okay. This is Bading.
I hear. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. I'm not sure. I think maybe.
I just want something.
Yeah. Levels sound comparable to myself. No, that keeps going. Okay. I am matching the level of...
I'm Lido. I go by Lido Nico.
Matching the level of this to this. Continuing to match the level of this to this by adding more
So hope to see you all in Seattle.
output there.
This is the story of what happens when you turn on a
1,
Game
2,
Boy.
3, 4. That
It
sounds
involves
similar.
a clever and litigious company, trademark law, a microscope, nitric acid, and one very dedicated materials science student. So, this is a Game Boy. Have you all seen one of these before? They're a good time, right? Like you can play Pokemon Red on them, and also Pokemon Blue, and also probably some other games. And when you turn a Game Boy on,
Check
this
1, 2.
happens. I
Here's
think
the
we have
levels
audio.
on this. Levels are now
Nintendo logo
comparable.
scrolls down the screen.
Okay.
And when it hits the
Whoa,
middle,
that's loud.
It goes bading. That's what this talk is about.
Okay, I think these levels are about comparable
So
to
what is going on here? Like, how
what
does this process
we're getting
work?
out of the mic, I think.
All of that happens in the boot.
game there is
the
about the
drawing the
same.
Nintendo
Okay.
logo on the screen, the scroll, all of that happens in the boot ROM, which is read-only memory that lives inside the Game Boy's CPU. The CPU does other things like calculations, and that's what your game programs to run. So that thing up in the middle, the large chip that says CPU on, it's the CPU. Inside that, there is some read-only memory that is running when you turn on the game. The weird thing is, the boot ROM has a copy of the Nintendo logo and doesn't use it. Instead, it reads from the game. It issues a read to the game to get a copy of the Nintendo logo that it then draws on screen and scrolls down. So why is it like that? Well, turns out this Nintendo logo is a registered trademark. You can tell because it has a little R in the circle at the corner. And once the Nintendo logo hits the middle of the screen, the boot ROM compares, did you draw the correct Nintendo logo on the screen? So if you did not, the Game Boy, it doesn't go on to play Pokemon Red after it's compared every pixel in that logo correctly. The reason they do this is so you have a copy of the Nintendo logo in your game, so if they didn't like your game, they could sue you for trademark infringement, which is a really, really clever form of copy protection. They didn't need to give you a secret key or something. They just say, put the Nintendo logo in the game, and if we hate this, we won't let you release the game. So that's clever and kind of icky in a way, right? That's the kind of solution you come up with if you have a legal department, right? Like it's not. But that's neat. But that's not the thing I'd actually like to tell you about. The actual thing I'd like to tell you about is how did someone figure out what the boot ROM was? Like, games are meant to be read from. You can take your game out of the Game Boy and put it in a thing that has the correct pins and issue like some reads, and it will tell you like, all right, that's a 1, that's a 0, and you can get a whole Game Boy's ROM. But the boot ROM exists inside the CPU, and the CPU's inputs and outputs are not the boot ROM's inputs and outputs. Not too many people cared. By 2005, this was a minor mystery. If you're writing an emulator, you're fine with the whole situation because you write your boot ROM to jump straight into the game. You don't need to scroll the Nintendo logo, and besides, it makes it less likely for you to get sued. The Game Boy, by 2005, had become the Game Boy Color, and then the Game Boy Advance, and then the Game Boy Advance SP, and then the Nintendo DS, and no one was paying attention until someone who goes online by the name Nivixty. Nivixty was a material science student at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and got access in his material science lab to a scanning electron microscope. He immediately thought, I know what I want to do with this. I want to look at video games. It was a great thought process. He at first was starting with Super Nintendo chips, and he needed to get the resin off the CPU because the silicon is encased in resin, and was going at it with a file which he quickly learned just destroys the whole thing, not just the resin. So he asked a friend in the chemistry department, like, could I get some acid, some strong acid? In fact, he asked, could I get some hydrofluoric acid to dissolve the chip in? Now, hydrofluoric acid is a thing that is so corrosive that if you get it on your skin, it will dissolve your bones. So his friend told him, no, sorry, absolutely not. In fact, the friend probably used stronger language than that because chemists know to respect fluorinated compounds. But his chemist friend did give him nitric acid. Nitric acid is not great either. If you get it on your lab gloves as you're working, your gloves will catch on fire. So people in general work without gloves. And Nivixty just took a sample vial of nitric acid out onto the university lawn on a sunny day in May, put it in a pot of boiling water, I guess just on a burner, and dropped a Game Boy chip, a Game Boy CPU that someone had sent him. And the nitric acid reacts with the resin and it like makes a horrible smoke. It probably smelled awful. But he got a beautiful chip decapsulation out of that. This is the actual picture he took. It is still up online. This is a Game Boy CPU. Nivixty helpfully labeled it with many question marks. The green things are logic units, processors. The red is SRAM. The yellow are question marks. And the blue is what we're interested in looking at, which is the Game Boy's boot ROM itself. This is masked ROM. Masked ROM is you start out with a grid of dots of solder, all which represent 1s, and you burn off the places you want to be 0s for the bits. You can make this very quickly because you can make a mask of like what you want to keep. So it was used in early electronics often. It looks like this. And you can count out the bits by eye if you happen to have a scanning electron microscope. So you can see, you read it bottom to top, left to right. So you can see the first bit at the very bottom is an empty space, so that's a 0. And then above that it's a 1. And it keeps going. I find this really hard to see. Like, this 1 does not look like a 1. It's a like shadow on the dot of solder that prevents you from seeing it. So Nivixty did that by eye, carefully error checking, like carefully going through bead of solder by bead of solder to read out all of the data on this chip. First of all, that's not a Z80 instruction, Game Boy Z80 CPU. Or not a sensical one. It's like a load from a register that isn't initialized yet to another register that isn't initialized yet. So something's going on here. I was trying to figure out what the code was running. I was in fact trying to read this whole thing by eye. And you get out a bunch of garbage. So it probably means that data is interleaved in some way. I spent a solid couple of days trying to figure out, like, is it every other one? Is it every other row? Eventually I gave up and wrote to someone online, Luna Sorcery on Twitter. Go follow her for good tweets about computers. And she figured it out within an hour, so like, wow, good job, Stan Luna. Here's what Luna figured out.
Can you hear me? Hello.
So we read this the entire chip from bottom to top, left to right. And I will just show you the data, each block after each block. You can kind of see across the top there are delineations there, which is one block of data. This whole thing is 256 bytes.
All right, so let's see here.
So here's the first block. And Luna discovered that you read the top right bit of every other block. And then for the next byte, you take the ones that you didn't read the last time and then moving left from there. So we'll read it out. Here's a 0 at the top right. Then skip a block, a 0, skip a block, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, skip 1. And that is a Z80 instruction. That's hexadecimal 31, which is load the stack pointer to a 2-byte value, which is exactly what you want to be doing when you start a computer. You want
Are you getting my signal now? Can you hear me? So what I did, I put a DI box in the loop just to bring it down. What about that clipping noise? Are you still getting that? That's noise in the background? Yes, that was... Let me switch it back how I had it. Let me know if that makes a difference. Okay, so I'm switched back to how we had it the first time. Are you getting any reverb at this point? Or does it even sound different? Let me check something at the board here. Not sure if you're hearing me, but let me go back to mix 1. Yikes. Okay, mix 1. Can you hear me, Cindy? So is the clip is a reverb off also? Check, 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 check. 1, 2. What about? So is it no clipping, no echo, but you're still getting that weird noise in the background? Yeah. Yeah, so all I did is just tried a different auxiliary out, and I added a DI box to drop it down a level as far as output. So now I'm coming out mic level to you, Cindy. And looks like this thing's really hot. See that how it's just completely hitting all the way. Okay, that's the captioner. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so that's good. So never mind. Thanks for telling me that. Yeah, that's. I don't know where to pinpoint that, and where that's coming from. Well, the issue is that it's not coming from the main PA, so that's what concerns me. That it's not coming through that. It's only coming out through the feed to the stream. Now, is the captioner also hearing that weird fan noise? Yeah, right. Out of the camera? So essentially, it's still the same signal, but you're just splitting it. Yeah. See, that's interesting. Yeah, that's so weird. And you already reset your box? Restarted the whole thing? Could it be maybe like power things? Like if the surge protector might be too close to its power supply? I mean, I don't see that that being an issue, but you never know. Sometimes audio, yeah. Like if it's if there's some sort of unbalanced signal that's close to a power supply, that can create some weird noises. But it seems like everything's balanced here. That's one thing I thought when I was in the office earlier. It could be maybe some sort of wall wart that might be kind of interfering with. But we're using XLR cables. They're all balanced. Yeah. But you never know. These power outlets could be kind of weird. Yeah. Right now I'm just. I don't know. Sounds it.
Great, but I mean, you have the other input muted. Yeah. It doesn't give you like a key option. Yeah, it just doesn't get any.
So, do you know if the folks listening are still getting that state fair generator? Weird. They'll let us know. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. So you're still coming out of mix 1. Yeah. And I'll go ahead and talk so you can hear me. So I took the DI box out because that really didn't change anything.
Okay.
So I just went back to mix 1. Okay. Testing 1, 2. Testing mix 1, which mix 2 is out of the loop. Mix 1 is going to the camera. So and then she's splitting it. So you should be good.
Wait, we're splitting mix.
No, she's splitting it from the camera to her little recorder, the captioner, and then she's going to the Wirecast box. I'm just giving her one channel, one aux send. So nothing's changed since we're here before. So yeah, I noticed that you kind of kind of gave back some more headroom. So which is actually good because then you're killing all the dynamics at that point where you're just crushing it.
If I'm crushing it down to the
Yeah,
helicopter, right?
yeah. Yeah, but that wouldn't introduce a helicopter noise either way, though. You're just killing all dynamics. That wouldn't introduce any weird noises. Check 1, 2. So now let's monitor the mix. This one. So now edit mix 1. So
I'm monitoring through.
okay. Let me mute that. So mix 1. There we go. So now.
Well, here, what I really want to do is.
Well, let's go ahead and plug in here just to make sure it's still clean. But although we did verify that already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just let's yeah. Go ahead. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. On mix 1.
On mix 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mute it.
And Mark.
Now it's on.
Yeah. Go ahead and leave that on.
Check. Mic on. Backup mic is off. Backup mic is off.
So hang on. Here's the model.
She might have an extra onboard mic.
No, this is still going through mix 2.
This is mix 1.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's still on there? Okay. Mix 2, muting the mix 1, 2, and Mark.
Leave it muted.
a new, nice, create a link, share, something went click, there was a click briefly, no? Yeah, there's a click. I've just heard a click come through. Okay, I hear something very, very quietly. I hear very, very faint. I hear me very, very faintly. I'm going to keep talking here, right? I'll remember to do that. Oh, that went to nothing. That went to nothing. That still went to nothing. That went to nothing. That's still nothing. I'm still hearing nothing. Nothing, nothing still. Nothing still. At Sarah on this. Still hearing nothing. Still hearing nothing. Oh wait, hang on. So we can see that there's input there, and the gain is pretty low. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mirabai, you do not need to. You're good, Mirabai. I'll let you know. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, you can continue to stand by. Basically, Mirabai, what's happening is that you have a separate mix output. You have a separate mix output, Mirabai. Oh, this is on mix 7 now. Look at that. Goodness gracious. You have a separate mix output, and that one is not going anywhere, and we're not changing that because it's fine. I'm continuing to... I'm not hearing any buzz. I'm not hearing any... Wait, are you listening? Oh, hang on. I lost the live... Oh, hang on. How do I bring this up to live? There we go. Okay, so wait. I could turn up the gain. Yeah, this sounds nice and clean. Okay, so I'm going to turn up the gain over there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sure. I mean, the problem is this is quite quiet. This is very quiet. And so, if I turn up the gain, like, I have this at full blast on my phone, and this sounds not quite as loud as I want. So, we have a good setup if people turn it all the way the F up. Oh, you can turn the gain up there, huh? This is very quiet. Yeah, check, hang on. So Cindy is going to continue to adjust this, and also the other thing that I'm going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, whoa, you come back here. The other thing I'm going to do is we're on mix 7.
So I switched it to 7 now.
Yep.
And it's going to this DI box.
Okay.
And then it brings it down to mic level to that wirecast. So
hang on. The other thing I'm going to do is...
Maybe cut some of that high hiss from your syllables.
Yeah, let's see if we can pull that in. I actually want a little bit more of that, because that sounds quite flat otherwise. I want this. Come back here. I do want a little bit more compressor on this guy here.
You can also come back on the gain. Just kind of watch that.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I'm actually getting gain reduction now. So now it's... Whoa. Oh, for God's sake. This still sounds pretty quiet through. I mean, you can... This all the way turned up. This is at maximum volume through there. And I'm still talking, and so... That's at maximum volume out. I think people are going to find that relatively faint, but... So, hang on. The other thing that we can do is we can just do... Yeah, we can come up on that, and that... If we come up on that, then there's a chance, and so I want that at the same level. Yes. I want that at the same level. We never use a Q&A mic. And okay, how we doing? Sound good? Oh yeah, let's see.
Hey. So doing one more mic check before we start. We did some changes going to the Wirecast gear. It looks like the Wirecast unit likes mic level versus line level. So now we know. Check 1, 2. Check. Welcome back. How was lunch? Hope the lunch was good.
Super quiet.
Super quiet. I think she could adjust it over here also.
Okay.
Check 1, 2. Raising the level out of auxiliary 7, which is mix 7. It's coming out line level, but I put a DI box to bring it down to have some more control, a little bit more control. Did you change something, Cindy? Did you boost it out?
There is such a lag. As soon as
There's a lag.
to this, the lag is like minutes.
She didn't do it. She did something 2 minutes ago.
Live-ish here. Whatever you just did,
Now
like
it's
a minute.
super loud.
Yeah, whatever you just did, undo that.
Or we could come down on the mixer.
I can turn it all down, but it just kept saying we can't hear it. It's so quiet.
What if we come down over there?
Oh, yeah, come down
Yeah.
over there. Hang on. This goes down 5 dB over there.
Yeah, so it takes like 2 minutes to hear the difference when she does anything on her side.
I have this relatively. This is about 30 or 40 seconds here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm touching nothing. Tell you what, you can close the loop there for a moment. Here, I'm going to hand this to.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Yeah, you can hold
I don't know what I'm talking into or what I'm doing, but
Oh, you can just go up to it, because it's going to go eventually back to the podium.
what's up, internet? People on the soundy things. What's up? I'm just gonna keep talking randomly.
Yeah, this helps.
Can keep. Hey, got some food?
I did. I haven't eaten it yet.
Sweet. Yeah, I haven't like.
I took 2 nights. Oh no! It's all the way over here.
What's up? What up? Doing the thing. I'm talking. I don't know who I'm talking to, or if anybody can hear me. Maybe I'm on the internet. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm on the live stream. Maybe I'm not. Maybe Mirabai can hear me. Maybe she can't. I don't know. I'm holding a microphone, and I'm not quite sure why. Oh, that's Joshua's face on my computer now. Hi, Joshua. I see your face on the computer now. Do. This live stream by Sarah is brought to you by caffeine. Caffeine. It's a thing I've been drinking all morning long. Yeah. It's fun being an organizer. Get to see behind the scenes. Get to see what breaks. Get to see how it's fixed. Get to talk to speakers. Get to talk to audience attendees. Get to talk to all sorts of people. It's great. It's kind of fun. It's a ton of work though. Yeah. I'm now just wandering around BingBangCon. Just kind of seeing what happens. And, yeah. It's good times, really. I'm going to just keep talking. Because, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. Just kind of doing my thing, wandering around, have a microphone here, kind of just talking. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like Captain Air can hear fine, and is chilling out now.
Let's bring the.
Am I taking my computer up then?
I'll take the computer up. I got it covered.
Okay, sure. Should I keep talking? Because I'm just kind of randomly talking into the microphone. Chilling. Although I'm not chilling because it's kind of warm out here. Definitely more sweating. Yeah, I'm wandering on stage. Maybe people can see me, but probably they can't because I'm sure it's not live streaming yet. Yeah. It should be the little small blue one? Yeah, that one. I mean, I could use my own HDMI dongle, but... Doop, 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 doop. I am happy to be remote Zoom wrangler, if that's easier for you.
Why don't I give you Pablo's telephone number?
Oh, sure. In case things go south, or...
So that you can
So I can wrangle?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, sure. Southwest, it's just reminded me my boarding flight is happening.
Admit?
Oh, somebody on Discord is just telling me that my narration is extremely on point. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just, somebody handed me a microphone and I'm just kind of talking. And there's been sound problems. I don't know if I should continue talking or not, but yeah, I'm going to keep on doing it. No idea if the captioner's grabbing it or not. No idea if, what's really happening. I'm just gonna, you know, how do you fill time? By rambling constantly. That's how you do it. Or if you're really good, tell jokes, but I feel like my jokes are sort of light at the moment. Maybe I'm just extremely tired. I'm not sure.
I can take that.
Oh.
You can interface.
You don't have to ramble anymore.
Well, I'll go back to rambling. Oh, so hang on. Do we want volume
up so that Pablo, first off, okay, continue on the voluming of the up. Okay, oh, hang on, wait, we're muted. That's why he can't hear us because we're muted. Okay, hey Pablo, can you hear us? Hey, yeah, I can hear you. Rad. Okay. Wait, did we have him?
Just automatically detected shortly.
Hang on, I think
there it is.
Something happened. Hey. Bloop, bloop. Okay. Pablo, why don't you go ahead and share your screen? Well, Sarah, you can take care of this?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Have fun. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, I'm still talking quite a bit, plosively into the microphone. Here's a range of stuff. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Somebody said there was a perfect level in the middle, now it's much quieter. Somebody says perfect. Wait, somebody says perfect. Wait, don't change anything. Somebody says perfect. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Quote, ooh, this is pretty good, says Freddie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mirabai, you're fine. Mirabai's clearly bored.
Okay, don't change it more is what we've been told is don't change it more. Whatever we've done, they like it. So wait, what do we end up doing? Oh my God. Okay, so all right, well, that's fine. Oh no, it's so, just changed again. Oh no, it's so clippy now. And reverby.
Alright, so.
Things were fine and, uh-oh.
Alright.
Wait, what did we just change? We changed something like a minute ago. Whatever we changed a minute ago, undo that. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's so. What you're telling me is that I should be saying 876543221.
Is that what you're telling me, Mirabai? What is the decimal set of strokes to describe a number?
Okay, but
I mean,
can
like,
see
what
the
number
presentation
is the
now.
worst possible number that I could steno, that I could have you steno? Like, is there some 8-digit number that could cause you
to have.
Okay.
Quote, now it's so clear but so quiet. Now it's so clear but so quiet.
Okay. Yeah, okay, change nothing, and this is thing letter A. Y'all tell me how things are for thing letter A. We are changing nothing until I hear anything about thing letter A. Nothing changes until I say something about until you tell me about thing letter A. Louder now, less clear but no pop. Is that thing letter A? Reverby now. Reverb is back. On
A is reverby, they say. Whatever configuration you were in was reverby.
Hang on, let me go get the deck for myself. 1 sec. This gets placed here.
That's right. I hear. All I can hear is you. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, I'm now holding a microphone again. I'm holding a microphone again. I'm bringing up the stream on my telephone. Stream is on my telephone. It is quiet, I hear. Nothing on my telephone at this instant. Okay. Right now I'm talking again. It is quiet, no background, and so if we simply add some more gain from here, this is thing letter B right now, and tell me when you change something and I will call it thing letter C. But right now this is thing letter A. I'm talking to you, yes. I'm talking to you and to myself. As soon as you, can you turn up the gain? Yeah, okay, don't listen. I'm listening to my own feedback. Okay, so can you add... So, can you add some gain?
Okay.
This is good, but quiet. So if you can add some gain...
No, I love hearing the ambient noises.
Change nothing else but add gain.
Like in there. Yeah, no, don't mute it.
What? Oh.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, definitely I'm okay with hearing the ambient noise.
Oh, I see.
Hello. So it's making it to the live stream. Hello? Testing? Testing, testing. Hello? Keep talking. All right.
Heart attack. Thing D is happening right now, and I'm going to wait for this before we change anything. Okay, so so right now I am clipped badly on this mic, but whatever was here was fine. So we were going to fix this side first. This is mix 7 right now. I want that.
And also bring it down the...
Just leave that alone right now. Okay. Oh wait, now hang on. Then all of a sudden now I'm doubling again. Wait, did you change anything?
I didn't change anything. I've just been waiting.
When we hit the mix 7 button, we added. Now I'm vocally doubling.
Okay, so I think the laptop audio is on because they need the laptop audio for the next section.
Okay, hang on. Touch nothing right now. This is thing E. No, touch nothing, touch nothing. I know, in theory, I know. In theory. The answer, Lindsay, is no, you're good. You're good over there. Don't hang. Oh, the Q&A mic was unmuted.
It's off.
Well.
I feel something's downstream is affecting it.
Yes,
This is not part of the issue. So something's happening downstream.
But
I tried 2 different combinations and nothing. It's still happening.
Yeah.
No matter what I tried. So I don't know. Not even asked. I'm just tired.
All right, do we have something acceptable?
No. No, we don't. Hang on, let me mute this.
They said thing letter B was quite acceptable.
No. Things keep changing with no readily apparent inputs.
Got it. Okay.
Things keep changing with no readily apparent input. That is the problem.
Got it.
Should I announce that we're going to stall?
What?
Should I announce that we're going to stall?
Yes. Here, why don't I do that over the main mix at least? I will say that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we are back to vague chaos occurring, so please continue to happily eat lunch. I think we are going to attempt to come up with a reasonable configuration that is close enough, but that will take a little bit. So I don't know. I'm hoping soon. Sorry. We have nothing else.
That's a talk back.
Sure, that only happens if you hit that, right? Huh? Okay, we wait for this to synchronize. This is going to come all the way through, and I will wait for that. It's not, it's that, no. Okay, so whatever is happening on this side at this point. I've turned truly everything off over there.
Is there some previous configuration? So are all of the all of the inputs set on the same microphone USB audio? Is there some weird thing that is associated with the other shots that it... Wait, no. Okay, whatever configuration we are in is good. It is good but quiet. Whatever configuration we are in right now is good but very, very quiet. So, I claim what we should do is we should simply add 6 dB or 7 dB or 8 dB and then call it a day. Okay, that's, so we have we've touched nothing else and we have added that. Okay, now I'm going to listen for the change.
Okay, so that changed nothing. Which I guess I should hope it changed nothing. Okay, so now let's add, like, on the channels 1 and 2 down below there, that guy. Yeah. Whoa. Hang on, did you just click on something? Whenever I said that changed nothing, there was an enormous change.
That was when we actually turned the volume up.
Gotcha.
A minute, right?
Yeah, it literally is taking almost 2 minutes to go through to the live stream. That's what's so confusing.
Well, everybody's using.
No, but I'm hearing the latency. Like
It's probably because the one I'm hearing, it's running off my phone internet. So I'm probably lagging even more than you.
Right.
Okay, I am going to declare for our viewers online that the sound is bad but listenable. We will make no further configuration changes because I think we need to start the conference. Wait, what? This is barely listenable.
Hear me talking?
No, I just heard the reverb is really bad, but I don't think there's any. There's everything we are doing is making things not.
Is there another microphone on this setup that we're?
What?
Is there
external mic?
Is there? It's like one of the cameras sending audio, because then if we're standing over.
Well, no, because the way that we would be able to diagnose that is I switch this off. As soon as I switched this off, yes, as soon as I switched this off, there was nothing coming through. We're doing this the way that it is. Yeah.
That's the levels we're at.
Yeah. This is what we're doing. We're starting the conference.
All right, let's go.
That's how it's going to go.
I'll pick this up. Let's do it.
Okay. Oh, we're on.
Let me talk to Pablo real quick. Pablo, you're not only sure. I think things are good. So I'm going to leave the computer as it is. And then
Awesome. Thank you. Sounds good. Thanks.
Check, check. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We had some technical difficulties that delayed the start of this session, but now we're starting. So, welcome back from lunch. I'm excited to introduce the first of the talks in this session. Our next speaker is a full-stack engineer specializing in building software for humanitarian emergencies. Can we get a shout out for building software for humanitarian emergencies, please? In his spare time, he enjoys contemplating hypothetical endings to TV shows and working out the answers to questions that should have never been asked. Please welcome Juan Pablo Sarmiento, who will tell us about calculating the ideal Sex and the City polycule.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me and see me. Sorry I couldn't make it in person. I injured my back last minute, and I couldn't fly just like the day right before I was supposed to fly. So thank you for all the accommodations to help me out here. But yeah, thank you for the introduction. My name is Pablo, and I'm very excited to talk about one of my favorite TV shows ever, Sex and the City. So fair warning, there will be spoilers coming ahead. The show has been out for like 18 years, so I'm not really going to apologize about that. You should all watch it. So, for those that don't know, Sex and the City was a show that came out in 1998, ran until 2004. It was a cultural phenomenon at the time. It was a trailblazing show that was very unapologetic in how it showed how women were navigating sex and relationships at the time, while older shows such as Golden Girls have touched on these topics. Sex and the City was the first that was really very explicit and unapologetic about it, in showing how they were discussing sex toys, different sex acts, their sexual encounters, and things like that, almost on every episode. And they were normalizing these conversations, which made it wonderful. In addition, what also made it very groundbreaking was that it was showing all the different ways that women at the time could choose to exist in society. But importantly, it was highlighting all of these as equally valid and admirable, and all decisions worthy of respect. This whole friend group consisted of women with very different outlooks on sex and relationships and goals in life and dreams, but all of them equally deserving of love. So the characters, just as a quick introduction here, are Carrie Bradshaw, protagonist, Miranda Hobbs, Charlotte York, and Samantha Jones, and their respective partners that they end up with. Harry Goldenblatt, Steve Brady, Big, and Jerry Smith Jared. So these are the main core 8 characters by the end of the show. But it had one fatal flaw. It believed that each person could only end up with one other person. And you kind of see this throughout the show. They go through so much painful emotional experience. I started to think what would happen if they could have found a happily ever after with more than one person instead. Why this whole show, 6 seasons and 3 movies, was there only one person for each other person? But also I lied, there's a second fatal flaw. This makes absolutely no sense. It never made sense to me that Carrie and Big should have ended up together. I highly disagree with it, and really this whole talk is an excuse to prove that. And that is what we're going to end up focusing on. But anyways, I digress. I couldn't help but wonder, what if all of these characters could be in relationships with more than one person? What if they were polyamorous? So, the concept, what is a polycule? A polycule, for people that are polyamorous, is essentially a romantic or intimate relationship that consists of more than 2 people. If they were polyamorous, trying to figure out what is the ideal combination, that leads to the question then of like, who are the people that are going to be involved in that combination? Which means, how do we calculate that? How do you calculate what is a compatible polycule? How do we get all the possible combinations and calculate which one is more ideal, which one is more stable than the other? And the idea of compatibility has already been done in other dating apps. Think OkCupid, where you can actually get your one-on-one compatibility. You can see if you're a 90%, 98% match with someone else. That idea of one-on-one compatibility has been done, but nobody's done compatibility for a polycule. And this is a huge chance for innovation. So this is actually where VCs should be spending all of their money in. Stop thinking about AI, stop thinking about blockchain. This is what we got to be doing right now. This is where the money is. It's time to disrupt polyamory. Let's figure out how we actually calculate a compatible polycule. So, introducing, for the first time ever, the Polycule Compatibility Score. So, as a good researcher, is figure out what makes a good relationship. So I just Googled relationship characteristics, and then I scrolled down half a page, and I clicked on the very first link. That was the extent of my literature review. I took those 14 characteristics from the reputable website, mindbodygreen.com, that I had never heard of before, but they said these were scientifically proven, so I believe them. These are the 14 characteristics that make a good relationship. You can debate me on it. I didn't put that much thought into it. Really, I put all the thought in what's coming next. How do we take these 14 characteristics, boil it down into a number of compatibility? So let's think about what is a polycule score. Let's start with a basic concept of just an average. Let's say that the polycule's compatibility score is the average of its score on each trait. So there's 14 traits. You get an honesty score, you get an affectionate score, respect score, and all of that. Average all of that, that's your polycule score. Let's start with that assumption. Great. Now let's complicate it a little. What does it mean for a polycule to have an honesty score or an affectionate score? Well, the naive way is, say there's 3 people in the polycule. Each person has a score on honesty, and you average their honesty scores, and that is the polycule score for honesty. Each person has a score on how affectionate they are. You average their scores. That is the polycule's affectionate score. All right, that's a good start. So now what we have is an average of averages. For each trait, we get the average of the score that each person got for that trait, and that is the whole polycule score, which obviously means that I went through all the 8 characters of Sex and the City, and I ranked and I rated them on each one of these traits. And you can imagine how I rated Big. Not good. So, but then, so far all I've done is really just measured how good are the people. That's not really telling me if people are compatible, right? Like 2 terrible people could still be compatible together. So we have to take into account this concept of importance. How important is a trait to you? For example, somebody can be really affectionate, but maybe being affectionate is just not an important trait in the relationship for me. So that doesn't necessarily make it super compatible. Maybe you are terrible at being affectionate, but since I really don't care about that very much, for example, Big, that is actually totally fine and is actually pretty good for our relationship. So we have to modulate this by how important a trait is to you. And so now this is where we're capturing the interactions. It's not just measuring how good people are at traits, but also we're modulating that by how important your potential partner finds that trait. It's good if you're good at a trait that's important. If you're bad at a trait that is important, that's really bad. If you're bad at a trait that's unimportant, it doesn't matter. But now we have to introduce a new concept, the reward function, which I am calling the you did good reward function. Because so far, everything that we have is strictly punitive. Basically, if you're not perfect, you can't get 100%, and that's not realistic, right? Relationships are not just a series of deal breakers. There have to be ways that you are more compatible if you are good at something that your partner finds important. If they really value honesty, and you are a really honest person, that is incredibly good for your relationship. If they really, really value empathy or quality time, and you are capable of giving that willingly, that's extremely good for your relationship. So what I do here is that if something is important, I then reward that relationship. I figure out how far away they were from perfect, I scale it by a certain factor, and you get some of those points back, basically. I know this is all very complicated equation. You can go to the GitHub and you can read the whole methodology in detail. But then the last thing is now we also have to consider that polycules have their own sense of stability. So I'm introducing a concept called the chaotic energy factor. Think of like a nucleus. We're all protons in this nucleus pulling against each other. The more we pull, the less stable it is. Anybody who's watched Steven Universe knows this concept that like relationships are their own entity. They are more than just the sum of their parts. So what I do here is with the chaotic energy factor is I figure out how different everyone is across each trait, basically getting the root, the mean squared error of that. I modulate it by how important this trait is on average, and then I scale the entire score by that. So the more different everyone is, the more chaotic the polycule, the lower your score ends up being. The more stable the polycule, the better. And so, just like that, this is the whole algorithm, the whole equation. We solved it. This is how you calculate polycule compatibility. But now that leaves us with a question: who is the ideal polycule? So, of course, I built an app for this. This is the only way to solve the question. I'm not just going to get a CSV about this. So I built a dashboard. You can go to the QR code. You can check it out. And we see that the best polycules, Harry, Steve, and Charlotte, they are the best polycule in Sex and the City, and we figured it out. You can click on this. You can actually see who are what the most compatible traits are, the least compatible ones. You see, even on the least compatible, they're all still pretty compatible. This is great. I am so happy for Harry, Steve, and Charlotte. I would watch a show about those three. Now let's figure out where is Carrie and Pig. Let's choose in this drop-down every possible polycule combination. Scroll all the way down. Out of 247 possible combinations, Big and Hairy is third to last. So mathematical proof that Big and Carrie did not deserve to be together. They were a terrible match, and that is not how the show should have ended. Which then leads to the last question of all, to wrap up the presentation, is then who Carrie should she have ended up with? You can show polycules that only have Carrie, and find out that her best match is a 5-person polycule between Smith, Harry, Charlotte, and Carrie. So actually, the show writers should have had the whole show end in a 5-person polycule, and then we could have truly believed that Carrie was fighting for happily ever after with these 4 incredible other people. So thank you all very much. Please check out the app, read the whole methodology on GitHub, and if you want to see any other of my random hobbies, I enjoy doing pole dance, you can check that out on Instagram. So, thanks.
Incredible. Thank you, Pablo. All right. I am excited to welcome our next speaker up. Our next speaker used to write web applications for a living. He still does, but he used to too. When he's not doing that, you can find him at the gym, making sure the weight trees have equal numbers of plates on them, or engaging in some ill-advised revenge bedtime procrastination. Please welcome Vaibhav Sagar, who will tell us about satisfying answers to difficult questions.
So, can everyone see that okay? Great. Wonderful. So, today I want to talk to you about stat solvers, but before we do that, I want to briefly touch on NP-complete problems. So, NP-complete problems are decision problems, which means the solution to them is a yes or a no. And these solutions, when they exist, can be verified quickly in polynomial time. But we don't currently know how to solve them in polynomial time, or in fact, if they can be solved at all in polynomial time. And this is the P versus NP problem, which has come up a few times so far at this conference. So all NP complete problems can be expressed in terms of each other. So they're all equivalent in a sense. So some examples of these NP complete problems are the Naxa problem, traveling salesman problem, so on and so forth, including Sudoku and the Boolean satisfiability problem. So the Boolean satisfiability problem is the question of, given some propositional logic formula, can we assign true or false values to each of the variables such that the overall formula holds or is satisfied? And it's commonly expressed in this form, where these clauses are joined together by ands, and each clause consists of a bunch of literals that are ORed together. So it's a bunch of ORs ANDed together. And this is known as conjunctive normal form.
And as I mentioned, this is NP-complete, which means that it can express any other NP-complete problem. And finally, I can tell you what a stat solver is. Stat solvers are programs that solve Boolean satisfiability problems and tell you satisfying assignments. So, for an example, let's look at Sudoku. I'm sure most of you have seen a Sudoku before, but just in case, this is what one looks like. The rules are pretty straightforward. So in a Sudoku, especially the kind that we solve on paper, there's 1 digit per cell, and each digit occurs once per row and once per column and once per grid. And whatever solution you come up with has to use the cells that are already filled in. You can't like change those. So the insight that you need in order to solve these as a Boolean satisfiability problem is that you can use 9 Boolean variables for each cell. So one variable represents whether or not that the cell is a 1, second variable represents whether or not it's a 2, so on and so forth. And of these, only one can be true, and the other 8 are false. And then you know, like, given this insight, you can go ahead and just encode all your, all the rules that I told you about earlier as clauses, as Boolean clauses. So here's the rule that every cell has to have at least 1 value. Each row has all values, and you can do a similar thing for each column. And each cell has at most 1 value, which means that for each pair of like possible values, one of them must be false. So then you can, and given that, this is how you solve a Sudoku or any other Boolean satisfiability problem, is that first you express your problem as a propositional logic formula in conjunctive normal form. 2, you feed it to a stat solver. 3, magic happens. And 4, you get a result. And that's amazing, right? So how does it do this? One way is called DPLL. And to illustrate how it works, let's work through a quick example together. So here's a simple propositional logic formula, and we don't know X, Y, or Z. So we start by picking a variable. Let's set Z to false, and then we can do what's called unit propagation. So in unit propagation, if there is a unary clause, which means a clause with only 1 literal, we just go ahead and assign it, and then delete all the clauses that are satisfied because they're satisfied, and delete the variable wherever it occurs in a clause that isn't satisfied, because it can no longer contribute to that clause being satisfied. So we just don't care about it anymore. So here's what that looks like. The last clause, a unary clause, is deleted because it's satisfied, and the Z in the first clause is deleted because, again, can't help us. We don't care about it anymore. So let's go and set Y to true, pick a new variable, and now we can delete it from the second and third clauses, but then we end up with a problem because we have a conflict. X and not X are expected to be true, and that doesn't make any sense. So what we do is that we backtrack. We changed our minds about Y, we set it to false. And this is looking a lot nicer. The second, third, and fourth clauses are satisfied, and Y and Z have been both removed from the first one, and we're left with just X. And then we can do the other thing, pure literal elimination, where if there's only one possible value for something, we just go ahead and assign it. So solved. We've solved this propositional logic formula. So this is known as Davis, Putnam, Logman, Loveland, after the authors, and it's essentially naive backtracking search with unit propagation and pure literal elimination. And this works reasonably well for small numbers of clauses, but the downsides are that, one, it finds the same conflict over and over and over again, and when it does find a conflict, it can only go up 1 level at a time. It can only change 1 variable at a time. And it has no way of like learning from previous mistakes or like remembering them so it doesn't make the same mistake over and over again. So can we do better, and can we learn from our mistakes? We can with the method known as CDCL. So CDCL broadly, at least at the beginning, is very, very similar to DPLL, but we keep track of when we make a decision or when our decision implies something. So implies in the sense is through unit propagation and pure literal elimination. And we keep track of the graph, so we kind of keep track of the implication graph that's created by all of this. So here's a larger example. And we start out and we assign false to A, which implies D must be true. Then we go ahead and assign true to C, which implies F must be false and J must be true. Then we go ahead and set B to false, which implies I must be true. And then we say that E must be true. And now we have a problem, because based on the clauses, we have G and not G, so we have another conflict. Fortunately, because we kept track of the implication graph this time, we can identify the variables responsible, in this case, F, C, and E, and we can take them negate the values that we assign to them and say essentially what happened here cannot happen again. And then we take the clause that we learned, this is our learned clause, and we stick it on the bottom of our original problem. And then based on the variables that we inspected, we know that we have to go up not just one level, but 2 levels in this case. And this is called backjumping. And that's conflict-driven clause learning. So it's DPLL plus learned clauses and non-chronological backtracking. And in fact, this is the basis of most modern SAT solvers. Okay, let's do a silly one. I'm going to talk to you about SLS. So instead of kind of structured approach where we pick a variable, work churn and pick another variable, what if we just guessed? What if you just generated a random assignment and then you picked a random clause, and then in that clause you randomly flipped either like the best variable or some other random variable, and you kept doing that until you either got stuck or you found a solution. And if you got stuck, you just throw the whole thing away, do the same thing over and over again until like you hit a timeout or something like that. So this is a form of stochastic local search, and it's surprisingly effective. The algorithm I just described is called walksat, and this can be done in parallel, which is great, which means you can use like GPUs to do it. And it can use a form of clause learning, but unfortunately, because of its random nature, if it fails, it can't ever prove that something is not satisfiable. Because if it like fails, it could just be because it ran out of time. And the family of stochastic search methods is broadly similar in many ways to this, and like simulated annealing is another like technique that this reminds me of. Okay, so far we've been operating at the level of Boolean formulas, Boolean logic, Boolean variables. But so how does that help us solve a problem like this, which is a puzzle where the objective is to assign digits to SEND and MORE such that this is valid mathematically, send plus more equals money. So this is very hard to solve using the techniques that I just described, at least for me, because I can't figure out how to tell the SAT solver that it needs to carry the 1, etc. So essentially to do this correctly, I'd have to teach the SAT solver arithmetic. Unfortunately, a bunch of people have already gone ahead and done this. This is called an SMT solver, and these are satisfiability modular theory solvers, so it just means satisfiability plus theories. So a theory is like a theory of bit vectors, a theory of arrays, or a theory of algebraic data types that you can kind of express your problem in terms of. And I think the most well-known example of an SMT solver is called Z3, but others include CVC, Yeezus, Boolector, etc. All right, let's recap. SAT solvers are programs that solve NP-complete problems expressed as Boolean formulas in conjunctive normal form. DPLL is backtracking search with unit propagation and pure literal elimination. CDCL is DPLL extended with learned clauses and non-chronological backtracking. SLS is random guessing with probabilistic variable flipping. And SMT solvers are SAT solvers extended with theories. That's all I have for you today. Here's a bunch of resources, including a lovely talk by Lindsay Cooper. Here are these slides, if you would like to look at them again later. Thank you.
Wow, thanks for shouting out my talk. All right, next up in this session, we have a talk jointly given by the members of Switcheristic Telecommunications, an artist collective focusing on assembling and presenting atypical data. Richard Huang is a PhD student and critical technologist at the University of Washington, studying web archiving and internet history. And Yufeng Zhao, who we heard from yesterday also, is an artist, technologist, and designer whose work addresses data, imagery and language processing, and experience design. They're both alumni of the Interactive Media Arts program at NYU Shanghai. And they're going to be telling us about how to stop worrying and collect early web banner ads and make art along the way. Please welcome Switcheristic Telecommunications.
All right, thanks for the lovely introduction. Again, my name is Richard, this is Yufeng. We are Switcheristic Telecommunications, and today we are presenting our project, Banner Depot 2000, an interactive archive containing more than 22,000 early web ad banners. These ad banners are collected from more than 77,000 historical Chinese and English language web pages in the late 90s and early 2000s. So what are banner ads? Banner ads are banner ads are graphical advertisements that are prevalent on the web in the late 90s and early 2000s. They are widely regarded as a visual nuisance for obvious reasons, but these ads played an important role in shaping the early online experience for web users worldwide. They still exist today, but they are largely overshadowed by newer forms of online advertising. So why and how did we start collecting early web banner ads? So before I started my PhD program in Seattle, I sometimes bought books from this website called Kongfuzi. It's an online second-hand bookstore in China. One day in 2021, I happened to come across a copy of this book, 2002, thank you, Chinese Internet Yellow Pages. You can come find us during the break to see the actual book. As the name suggests, the book provides lists of mainly Chinese language web pages sorted into semantic categories. Nowadays, we are used to searching for information on the web using search engines. But in the mid to late 90s, before search engines became the default paradigm for information retrieval online, there were various attempts to build human-created directories of information on the web. Arguably, the most famous example of which is the early Yahoo. So this is a screenshot of Yahoo in '96. Around the same time, in the mid-90s, printed directory books for the internet started to appear in bookstores around the world. These books are often marketed as atlases, yellow pages, or guidebooks for the internet. And the book publishers would often proudly claim that their listings are manually created by human editors instead of by machine algorithms. So I thought these books can be interesting historical artifacts, and the URLs in these books can be used to do research on the Wayback Machine. The directory books published in non-English languages are especially interesting because they provide clues on how the early web was experienced by non-English speakers around the globe. So I started to collect these books from various sources in different languages, and my original research idea, which I'm still working on, is to do a comparison of late 90s web page archival rates between different languages. To do this, the first step will be to extract all the URLs from the physical books. We have developed two workflows to do that. For the physical books, we scanned and OCR'd each page to get the URLs out. And for some books that came with CD-ROMs, we ran the CD-ROM software on a virtual machine to extract the URLs directly. In total, for the first iteration of our project, we collected more than 77,000 URLs from 6 directory books published in the mainland China and the United States between the 90s and early 2000s. We put the URLs in a MongoDB database. In order to analyze the URLs, we downloaded all available snapshots of these URLs from the Wayback Machine made before January the 1st, 2003. We did that in the mHTML format, which encapsulates all pictures in our web page in base64. And since many web pages from that time contained banner ads, after downloading thousands of web pages, we realized that we had actually downloaded a large collection of early web banner ads. So we thought, why not do something with the banner ad collection that we have at hand? We devised a Python script to extract all images fitting standard banner ad dimensions. In total, more than 22,000 unique banner ad image files are extracted from more than 1 million downloaded mHTML files. For each banner, we log a series of basic image metadata shown on the screen. We also ran OCR on each image to extract its textual data. So with the metadata collected, we built Banner 2000. On the website, you can search banners by keyword and filter through the entire collection with different criteria such as size, image format, and the date in which it appeared on the archive web pages. So let's do a live demo.
Hey everyone, if you haven't seen the URL on the top right corner, that's the same URL you can get to experience this search engine. So similar to yesterday, if you have any keywords, curious keywords that you want to shout out, I'll do a live search on the big screen. But here we have some search results already. This is the result for cheap. This is for love. Java? Did we get a Java? Let's do Explorer and we'll click into one ad to see the metadata. Explorer, MSN, it's simple. It's smart. Download it free today. So we have all the metadata here. You can see the size of the banner ads always come in almost 4 or 5 variations. This is 468 and by 60 is the most common one. And you can toggle between frames. And also there's a transcription which we run an OCR algorithm on each page, each frame. And here you can see it's collected on one website and it's from $19.99. Wayback Machine is loading very slow. But yeah, you can go to the original website if you visit our search engine.
So in the process of organizing the banner ads, we also realized that if you put individual frames from different banner images together, you can sometimes compose interesting font poetry. So this method is also comparable to automatic writing experiments by the Dadaists in the 1920s. So here are some examples of font poetry using banner frames. Are you from Chicago? Okay, never mind. Anywho, so we built this banner ad poetry maker on our website where you can generate poems using 3 different methods. Free from composing, generate a haiku kyoka according to syllable rules, and also generating a poem using the GPT API. So we'll do a live demo again.
Live demo again. This is a beautiful website built in React with the jQuery iframe embedded for the poetry maker. We're going to automatically generate a haiku, and you will count the syllables. Is it? No wonder we are investing in your future, and it's where you live. That's a haiku. And I will do a GPT-aided poetry generation. Let's do just bang, bang, con. So what it does is it's pulling a randomized collection of 2,000, I remember it's 400 banner transcriptions, and it feeds in the prompt, and it come up with something original with the banners. So whatever this is, it's bang bang con. Let's get back to the presentation.
Well, we basically just showcase this. So anywho, this is our website. It's at banner-depot-2000.net. Please make sure to remember the hyphens. We also have our Instagram account at banner-depot-2000.
And if you ask, why do you want to follow another Instagram account? Because we post something every day, almost. We post a story of a banner of the day, and then we post almost every day a generated poetry or some haiku. So it's Banner Depot 2000 with no punctuations. And also we publish the data openly on the internet in a journal, which is a journal of open humanities data. In case you're interested in doing something with a data set, you're almost welcome. If you don't remember the URLs, you can just Google banner ad open data. That'll be the easiest. And our future steps definitely supporting more languages, making zines because we have so many good content, but we're not good at printing and binding stuff, so we're not doing that yet. And profit, of course, last step. Before we added all of these good features to our website, somebody already did an amazing project based on our open data. Jamie Brew, who's in the crowd today. He does karaoke by replacing the original song's lyrics with a random data set. I know one of the most welcome data set is Banner Depot 2000. You can't hear the sound, but Jamie is singing with Banner Depot as lyrics. So we also have some stickers. You're more than welcome to collect them when we're having a break. And this is us. We did Banner Depot 2000, and we collaborate as Switcheristic Telecommunications, and you can find our other projects in switch.tel. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I think this is the second Bing Bing Con talk I've seen today where you show something completely wild and unhinged, and then as a flex at the end, you're like, and here's the peer-reviewed publication about it. I love it. All right, we have one more talk in this session. I am so happy to introduce our last speaker of this session. She is a software developer and professional engineer, and as a structural engineer, she's worked on landmark transit projects, long-span bridges, and various educational and cultural centers in the US and Europe. She currently works as a senior software engineer at Ready.net, specializing in geospatial data visualization. Please welcome Marianne Wachter, who will tell us about Bridge.watch and the state of America's infrastructure. One sec.
Yeah, so my talk is Riveting Insights, Bridgewatch, and the State of America's Infrastructure. Okay, really quick. So really quick, what I'm going to cover in 10 minutes, the motivation and background for this project, how I gathered the data, building the framework, a little bit about building maps on the web for free, and then the insights that I gained from this project. So a little bit about me. I started my career as a structural bridge engineer, and then eventually I switched to buildings, and then eventually I switched to software. So I worked on a lot of large infrastructure projects and big private projects like museums. And these are projects where commercial software really falls short, and most commercial software for the built environment is terrible. So I wrote software to fill in the gaps. So I've made a switch to working on digital infrastructure, working on expanding broadband in the US with Ready.net. But I still had this frequent frustration that structural engineers are really bad at explaining what they do. Architects often get credit for like what a structural engineer does. And so I found software as a way to show structural engineers' impact on the built environment, particularly through sustainability and embodied carbon. I really like to work with public building data sets, permit information from city open data. So in terms of where I got this data set from, there's actually the Federal Highway Administration for the US has this national bridge inventory, and it has CSV data going back 30 years. So it's about 500,000 bridges. There are also culverts and tunnels in the data set, but I ignored those. So I started on this project when 1992 data was still on the website, but it vanishes off their website once it hits the 30-year mark. So this data is encoded using this left-hand standard, which is the Recording and Coding Guide for Structural Inventory and Appraisal of the Nation's Bridges. So this is a giant CSV that you can download for each state. And now they're actually switching to a different standard in 2028, so we'll see how they do that data migration. But hopefully this is going to be a more sane format because I spent a lot of time cleaning the data that I had. Another aspect of this project is that there is a web interface to see this data. So it's the Long-Term Bridge Performance LTBP Info Bridge web app. The landing page map isn't that great. It's got raster tiles, it's kind of ugly. It takes quite a bit to load. It's not the best performance. And I think probably most importantly, if you want to look at everything, it only has 2 sets of data for a lot of views, and it's from like 2020 and 2024. One thing that you can do on this website is you can track a bridge condition over time. So if you want to look at one specific bridge, you can get like a nice little line chart that has its condition. But you can't really fine-tune aggregate calculations, and the geospatial stuff just isn't that great. So this is a motivation to build a better aggregate data visualization with better filters. So where did I start? I have been traumatized by Excel from using it to design skyscrapers. So I decided to do all of my data cleaning and processing with Visidata. So I got the CSV data from FHWA. So Visidata is fast, it's open source, it's using pandas under the hood, and it looks really cool because you're interacting with it in a terminal. And I was able to use that to figure out which fields are interesting to show. So looking at the condition, the year built, inspection dates, and then traffic rates. And then I used Observable for a lot of prototyping with D3 and landed on some advanced filtering based on what I knew was useful for my time as an engineer. And what was really important to me with this project was to make it interactive, so you can kind of like toggle on different things and like mouse over different areas. So in terms of what the actual framework is, this is just a pretty simple web app running on a DigitalOcean droplet, using PostGIS for spatial queries, not using it too much right now, just a basic Django backend, and using Node.js as like an aggregator layer for D3. And then I have a blog about this that I'll show at the end that has more technical details. So what I landed on was using 3 different aggregate visual types. So this is a scaled hex bin where you can interact with different hexes. And then I also have these choropleth aggregate maps and an interactive sunburst map. And so each visualization stores its set as a query string, so you can pass around settings. Yep. So in terms of the mapping part of this, outside of D3, so I did not want to pay Mapbox or Google Maps or have to set up my own tile server, so I figured out this pipeline going from GeoFabric, where you can download OpenStreetMap data and then create really nice vector tiles using Planetailer, and then with Tippecanoe I added the bridge data set to the tiles. And then I used Protomaps and the PM tiles format, so I actually just have a static file that's hosted on my droplet, and the tiles are retrieved using HTTP range requests. And then in terms of the library I'm using for the map, the front-end library is MapLibre, so this is an open source fork of Mapbox GLJS. And this is where I get like all of the UI components, like the zoom, markers, overlays, adding in like the building styles that you would see on a map. So what did I learn from this? Some of the disclaimers, there are no rail bridge ratings. The years are included though. Pedestrian bridges are largely missing because both of those types of bridges aren't, inspected by the Federal Highway Association. And then you might have heard you might have heard the term structurally deficient or functionally obsolete used to describe like bridge conditions. It's outdated terminology and hasn't been used since 2016 because I think it was confusing that people or like politicians were using it to say that all of our bridges are falling down. What I learned from this is that things aren't that bad. When I got the initial data set, the first visualization I built was basically tracking the number of poor bridges, and started with the 1992 data, ends with the 2021 data, and the percent in poor condition dropped from 18% to 8%. And a cynic might say like how they rate the bridge has changed, but that encoding hasn't changed since 1994. If you want to know more about this, I recommend reading Construction Physics article, which is like the worst US bridges are getting fixed. Basically, the takeaway is that bridges are just becoming more average. Other insights that I wanted to gain from this project, like what does the choice of material for a bridge tell us? When I worked on buildings, it's not really, like the choice of material is often determined by factors that you wouldn't expect. Like it can be based on unions or politics. Like most skyscrapers in New York City have been built out of steel, but skyscrapers in like Miami are mostly concrete, and that has more to do with trade unions and available labor than whether a material is better. So I was kind of not surprised to see this, but steel bridges are a lot more prevalent in the eastern half of the US, but obviously there are lots of concrete bridges on both coasts. This gives you an example of the histogram of the relative ages of the bridges. So steel bridges are quite a bit older than the concrete ones, and there's definitely been a decline in the number of new steel bridges that have been constructed. I also took a look at just looking at western states versus states in the northeast. So red is the steel bridges, and blue and purple are different kinds of concrete bridges, so they're all concrete. So there's a higher proportion of steel in the northeast, but concrete dominates in the west. That might be all those elevated overpasses in Los Angeles. There's similar peaks in terms of construction year because of like prior investment in the highway system. Also, what bridges are the most critical? Like what types of bridges and what material? So still ended up looking more into steel bridges, and then I focused on steel bridges because about half of the most heavily trafficked bridges in the US, so those that have more than 50,000 cars on them per day, are steel. So the other interesting thing is that most long span bridges are also steel, so 87%. And then when you look at these long span steel bridges, they are on average 40 years older than other long span bridges. And this is kind of not surprising, but most of the long span bridges in the US follow the Mississippi River system because the width of the river is 4,000 feet at its widest point. But what's interesting is looking at trusses in particular is that trusses are more likely to be labeled fracture critical. So when these truss bridges were built, they made sense for being long span because they're easier to build and to move into place. You can either launch them from the shore or build them in pieces and then assemble them in the center. But the downside is this fracture critical rating means that a loss of a single member can cause an actual collapse. And one of the things that you can see in the data set, these long span steel bridges, due to recent events, and I think just in general, they're often inspected more often than others. Most bridges are on a 2-year inspection cycle. When I first built this, one of the questions I got most from people was, what about the bridges around me? So as I changed into working on mapping and geospatial, I actually built this interactive map that has some fun with like 3D hex bins for the overall view. So this is showing similar data to the original map, where it's just the overall condition, but this also allows you to select nearby bridges and see what the state of infrastructure is near you, and so you can get more insights into the type, span, and material similar to some of the other visuals that I showed. Okay, and you can access this and play around with it. It's at bridge.watch. All the code is hosted on GitHub, and you can find me at my portfolio website or on Mastodon.
Let's have one more round of applause for all of the speakers in that session. Thank you. All right, we are now going to take an abbreviated 5-minute break. Speakers who are in the next session should come to the front for their AV check, and 5-minute break starting now.
Hello, welcome back. We are back from our abbreviated break. This is our last, I was going to say like last plenary session, but these are all plenary sessions, I guess definitionally, because everybody is listening to every session. But it is our last non-keynote session. It's our last 3 10-minute talks of BangBangCon. I wanted to call attention to one question that a handful of folks have asked. Lindsay is looking at me expectantly. Do I need to say something? No? Okay, good. One question that a handful of folks have asked is, what are we using? Like, are we using Whisper or something to run that caption console? And the answer is that we're using a really advanced neural network for that console. Her name is Mirabai Knight, and we are streaming all of the audio directly from one of the laptops in the back there to we're streaming the audio from a laptop in the back over Google Meet, and Mirabai is sitting in her home in New York, and she has a very special keyboard called a Steno keyboard, and she is the maintainer, I believe, or at least a contributor to the open source package that drives that Steno keyboard. And everything that I am saying extremely quickly, she is transcribing real time through a real live cellular neural network. So I would be happy if you all would give Mirabai a round of applause. So anyway, I know that that's not a computer. Anyway, so next up for the first of the last session is I have coming up Wesley Aptekar Castles, and they're going to be telling us about domain names. And we've had a bunch of DNS talks at BangBangCon over the years. And this is, in a sense, because all domain names are DNS talks, this is such a talk, but this is not a DNS the protocol talk. This is the other question in the back of my mind of where does the money go and who tells the people who take the money to actually make a domain name for you? So that's like an interesting question for me. And so Wesley, for some context, is a worker owner at namespace.coop, a soon-to-be launched worker-owned domain name registrar. They also enjoy doing performance art, writing, making zines, and being a cryptid. Please welcome Wesley Aptekar Castles.
Hi, it's great to see everybody. So I'm going to be talking today about what happens when you press the buy button on that domain name that you definitely need and are certainly going to use for something someday, I'm sure of it. But before I talk about that, I'll talk a little bit about DNS and sort of the just so story behind it, which is that once upon a time, when you wanted a name for a computer, you would talk to the person who ran the hosts file, and this was just a single file that listed every single computer and the name of the computer, and you talk to them and you say, hey, add this host to the host file. Obviously this doesn't scale very well, so eventually we want something better. Okay, let's make a distributed system. Surely there will never be any problems with a distributed system. So this sort of results in the thing we're used to today, where you have .com, .org, .net, .pizza, all of these things, and you have the sort of secret domain above that, which is which is the root domain. So actually all domains really end with a dot that we just don't show most of the time. And then below that you have all of the other things. So this is good, you can have each of these individually have the list of domains that exist, and you don't have to have it centralized anywhere, so it can be much more scalable. But the problem is if everyone is talking to the root domain all the time, that's not really scalable. So we'll make a bunch of different root domains. They'll all agree with each other, but you can talk to any one of them. Although that's still not really enough, because if everyone is talking to these all the time, it's just so much traffic. So we'll add some caching. Surely this will not cause any problems. Caching will only solve problems. And so when you actually look up a domain name, you can see on the third to last line there, I'm talking to 8.8.8.8, which is a caching resolver, and I don't actually talk to the root domains. But I can if I want to, so you can do dig plus trace, and it'll show you this. So that's sort of the context for DNS, but who gets to decide what domains exist, right? We have this protocol that sort of anyone could use, but we have only really one global DNS system that people mostly think of. And so this was talked about, and we ended up with ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, which is a nonprofit organization that sort of runs the root domain, which means they, of course, decide what top-level domains exist, but they don't actually manage those top-level domains. So they contract that out to registries, which they regulate. And so registries own a particular top-level domain. You might own .com, .net, .pizza, whatever. And they can sell those domains. They can set whatever policies they want, although ICANN does still regulate that and choose at a high level what policies these registries are allowed to set. But you probably don't want to have to deal with a different registry for every different domain name that you own. So the sort of level that most people use are registrars, which are also regulated by ICANN. They talk to the registries, and these are the people who you actually buy domain names from. So namespace.coop, you'll be able to do this soon, or things like Porkbun or Namekeep or Google Domains one time in the past. So let's talk a little bit about these regulations. So if you want to own a TLD, you can pay ICANN $180,000 US to maybe get to own one. This is an application fee. You don't get it back if you don't get the domain. Once you've done that though, and once they've gone through this lengthy process to decide who gets to run this, you pay ICANN 18 cents per domain name you sell. You provide regular reports. Price controls, probably we don't need to worry about those. Seems to be the current philosophy in ICANN land. I'm sure nobody will ever jack up any prices. It'll probably be fine. Countries sort of get to do whatever they want. So any top-level domain is a country code domain. ICANN doesn't want to get into geopolitics, so they just let countries do whatever they want. Turns out deciding what countries exist and what don't is actually geopolitics itself, but probably that'll be fine. Hopefully nobody gets mad at them. Seems to work itself out. So those are registries, so those are the TLD owners. And then you actually buy domains from a registrar. So how does this part of it work? You can pay ICANN $4,000 a year, plus more for each domain name you have. And you need to apply and get accredited. Then once you've done that, you put some data in escrow. So this is because if a registrar goes out of business and suddenly nobody can access their domain names anymore, that's pretty bad news. Of course, this policy was not always in place, right? It happened because a registrar went out of business and nobody could update their domain names anymore. Like, okay, we should have some solution for this. So now the data all goes into escrow, and there's a process for if registrars go out of business, what happens. Once you're accredited and once you've paid the fees, you can go get contracts with registries to sell domains. The details of those contracts are somewhat regulated by ICANN, but also there is some flexibility there and there's some secrecy there, which is kind of interesting. So at this point, I'd like to take a digression to talk about sort of the biggest registrar, which is actually 1,252 separate registrars in a trench coat. So I was looking at ICANN's data for what registrars exist, and I was like, why are 1,252 of them all owned by the same company? And you can see this sort of histogram. There's like a couple really big companies, and they're paying $4,000 a year for each of these, right? So you do the math, that's like $5 million a year they're paying to ICANN. Why is that? Turns out it's pretty big business when a domain expires. If it's valuable, you want to get that domain name, you want to register it so you can resell it to somebody else. But each registrar only has a certain rate limit of messages they can send, and thus a certain number of chances to get that domain name. So you be 1,252 registrars, and you can have 1,252 times the chances to get that. And so this is sort of a little glimpse at like some strange incentives in this system, right? ICANN is getting a nice little chunk of change from this. It's unclear like what value this provides to anybody. I think I could imagine a better system for this than this for what happens to domain names that are expired. But this is just sort of the situation we have. Seems to work well enough for everybody. So this is just what it is. So let's now talk about the sort of topic of this talk, is how is a domain name made? And the answer to this used to be quite complicated. It used to depend a lot on the top-level domain and the registrar and all the details. But in the mid-2000s, people were like, okay, we should standardize this. We should have one protocol that the registrars and registries speak. Since it was the mid-2000s, it's XML-based. We have to live with the consequences of our actions. And of course, it deals with objects. So you have a few objects, right? You have a domain. You have a host, which is really a DNS server is what I would call it. You have contacts. So let's look at an example of one of these requests. This is creating a domain. So we have this domain create XML object. So we're creating example.com, registered for 1 year. We're setting up some name servers. We're setting up some contact info for it, which we would have had to create in the past with the contact create command, which works in basically the same way. And so I'll talk about contact info for a sec, because that is kind of interesting. There's contact info associated with every domain name. And this is like your name, which kind of makes sense, your physical street address, your phone number. This is viewable by anybody with Whois, which is this protocol that's actually not even really a protocol. It's just sort of, the protocol is you send bytes over TCP, and then these bytes are displayed as text. And you just, maybe there's some format that it follows, maybe there isn't. But in any case, everyone can see this, which people don't tend to want. So you can pay a service to use their contact info instead of your contact info. In 2018, and some TLDs don't let you do this, so you just have to have your address and phone number. In 2018 with GDPR, people decided, maybe it's not the best that everyone who has a website is just doxxed all the time. So there's been some transition to this domain privacy being the default and being something that's actually supported by the registrars and registries. And at the same time, they switched to this JSON-based format called RDP instead of just sending unstructured text around everywhere. So by 2025, Whois will be deprecated, and it'll be under the hood, this JSON-based thing. But you probably will not have to worry about this unless you deal with the ins and outs of this. Extensible provisioning protocol. I showed this example of creating a domain. So you can create domains, you can renew them, you can transfer them. You can update your name servers, the addresses. You can create and update contact info. And these are sort of the main things you can do. It is extensible, so you can also add other things to it if you need to, if the registrar and registry both support it. But this is kind of a remarkably simple protocol and simple set of things, right? That XML blob that I showed you is basically what you need to do in order to be a registrar. So we have this technically very simple system, right? EPP is very simple. DNS is fairly simple. You can write software that deals with these protocols in a weekend if you're fast. And really the complexity of it is all in the political and organizational systems. And I think this is a very valuable lesson if you look at DNS as this example of a system that is one of the oldest and most ubiquitous computing systems that we have. Why has it lasted this long? I think the answer is because there is all of this organizational effort and organizational complexity. And if you're trying to build something that you want people to use or you want to last, I think it's really important to focus on the organizational complexity and the political complexity in it, often even more so than the technical complexity in it. So that's what I have for you today. Like I said, namespace.coop is the domain name registrar I've been working on with some friends. And if you have any questions about this or worker co-ops or want to chat more about this, come find me afterwards or find me online. Thank you.
Hello. That was fantastic, Wesley. That was very good. I enjoyed that. 13 cents is a weird number. I find that to be a disturbing number not because it is an unlucky number, but only because it makes no sense whatsoever to me. In any event, we move forward towards other nonsensical things. Max Kreminsky has decided that instead of things that make sense, they would talk about things that did not make sense. And I appreciate this. That feels very much, sometimes we try and make everything make sense, and it simply does not. For those of you who are following online for the audio stuff, a lot of stuff does not make sense in the world. In any event, Max Kreminsky will be telling us mutating text towards better nonsense. Max Kreminsky is a researcher in artificial intelligence, human-computer interaction, and creativity, with a particular focus on the design, development, and evaluation of AI-based creativity support tools for storytelling, poetry, and game design. Currently, they direct the Storytelling Lab at Midjourney. Before that, they were an assistant professor of computer science at Santa Clara University. Please welcome Max Kreminsky.
Okay, cool. Hello there. Yeah, so I'm Max Kerminsky. I'm talking about making better nonsense through computers. And before we get into this question of what is better nonsense, we kind of need to think about what nonsense is and what makes it good in the first place. There's been this long tradition of artists in the English literary tradition engaging with nonsense in various ways, so clearly they find something valuable about it. There's this famous nonsense poem called Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll that kind of uses a bunch of made-up words and swaps them in where you'd expect normal English words to go to create the sense of a very otherworldly environment that might be hard to get across otherwise. There are attempts by Italian singers to create songs that give the impression of having English spoken to you when you don't actually understand English. This song was quite popular in Europe for a while. And there are even computational attempts to generate nonsense. I personally like the King James Programming Tumbler, which is sort of a mashup via Markov chains of a bunch of foundational programming texts and the King James Bible, which produces these aphorisms that often don't make much sense in a semantic sense, but then often have sort of the ring of truth and almost this biblical air about them. And so I really like all of these sort of nonsense explorations. Now, I think one thing that these nonsense things have in common is that they help us see things differently, to use language in ways we wouldn't expect, to kind of come into the space of meaning from an alternative direction, maybe going in through the window instead of the door, as it were, and help us get outside of the ways that we normally express ideas towards something that's different and new. And computers have this long history of being used in nonsense production because they're often not good at making sense. In many ways, the history of natural language generation is a history of attempts to get computers to finally make sense instead of nonsense. And now that we've kind of succeeded at this with ChatGPT and so on in the last couple of years, people are already starting to wax nostalgic for the era where language models were not quite so good at making sense and were in fact a little bit better at nonsense instead. And so in terms of whether computers have gotten worse at nonsense in the human sort of creative ecosystem input generation context, we actually were able to do a little study on this. We compared people who are using ChatGPT to help them with ideation versus people who are using the Oblique Strategies deck, which is just a deck of cards that Brian Eno made where you pull out a card and it says a weird phrase and you do what's on the card. And we found that ChatGPT actually causes people to come up who are different people with more similar ideas to one another. So it causes this homogenization effect and is not really helping people get outside of their predefined ways of thinking about things in the way that we would hope that good nonsense really would. And so now that we know that we need computers to generate good nonsense and that we know that they're getting worse at generating nonsense, I decided to investigate via these 3 small computational projects how we can get good nonsense back into the output of computational systems and what it would even mean to achieve that reliably. So first of these projects is one called Blabrex, and this is a mod to a game called Scrabble that some of you might know. It's a game of sort of taking letter tiles out of a bag and assembling them into words to score points. Now, the normal thing that you do in Scrabble is you play English words, but in Blabrex you can't do that. You're not allowed to play anything that's in the actual English dictionary. So arbiter, like that's out, you can't play it. In addition, we also want to make sure you can't just like key smash or put totally random sequences in there. So like Zamksh, that's not pronounceable. You're not allowed to play that either. But what you can play is things that sound English-like, such as the word Grenkistry, which is pretty obviously a word and it looks good to me, so we can play that one. And Grenkistry is an example of a word that basically a classifier trained on the English dictionary misclassifies as English, even though it is in fact a nonsense word. So this classifier has kind of been given a bunch of examples of dictionary words, and sometimes it gets a little bit overzealous and says things that aren't actually English are English, and those are the ones you're allowed to play. We have 2 different versions of this. One of them is a simple Markov chain-based thing that looks at trigrams or 3-letter sequences and just kind of multiplies together the probabilities of each individual trigram to get a score for the word overall. And this classifier actually is looking for words that are more likely than at least half of the English dictionary words of the same length, according to its learned rules. So when you play a Blabrex word using this classifier, you're playing a nonsense word that is more probable than some actual English, which I think is kind of beautiful. We also trained an alternative classifier that's based on a convolutional neural network, and this one is using sort of training data that's positive examples from the dictionary and negative examples that are sort of generated with the same letter frequencies as English to make sure that it's learning like good generalizable rules for what constitutes a real versus a fake word. And so you can kind of play these off against one another. They have slightly different textures and slightly different quirks, and sometimes they misclassify a word from one's perspective. The other one is like, yeah, that's good. The one's like, no. And so this is sort of a model that helps us to produce better nonsense ourselves as people via sort of like imposing a constraint on the creative process. Now, you can sort of generalize this further and use this exact same model to produce what I call blabreckage, which is sort of a single operation that both wrecks and repairs text. So here we have an instance of pasting in a poem that was created by, like a well-known poet. This is Ozymandias, it's a famous poem. And we can see here that it starts out like, I met a traveler from an antique land who said 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. It's a poem about like destruction and impermanence and that kind of thing. But what happens is when we sort of go over this sequence of words and repeatedly select single character edits to each word that most improve that word's likelihood according to the Blabrex dictionary probability scoring thing, we end up mutating the text gradually into pronounceable nonsense that's kind of in the Blabrex English. So we end up with something that sounds kind of like Isessa Grabelis pronal unlik nons, Zesfors predistance gracklers versus chons and trivivers, which is very pronounceable, has a lot of interesting evocative sort of sounds in it, I think. We get Ozymantes Zingas Zines, who I think would fit in well at Bang Bang Con as a character in this poem. And I think this is a really interesting way of getting outside the usual ways of taking English texts and reading them to kind of read them in a more nonsensical way. We can also do something really interesting where we generate total nonsense, i.e. random noise that just is rendered as characters here, not even with English letter frequencies, just completely like sort of summoned from the ether, and turn this via the exact same process into the same kind of pronounceable nonsense. So here we have like bleeds, zivers, overchan, kaiwaring, zes non sesaman, gradist, and kalar. And you can sort of keep on reading this. We get words like quithypermatic and calyx, which both sound like sort of keyboard related words to me, maybe technical terms that we could apply to some of the talks that have been given here. And so I think this is really interesting that the same process both takes recognizable English and turns it into nonsense, but also takes noise and kind of repairs it into closer to English nonsense in a way that is very interesting. I actually use this to make some generative Christmas carols for a friend's generative advent calendar. So we take Jingle Bells and turn it into Zingly Billy, for instance. And most recently last night I was hacking on this thing where instead of just using the dictionary-based model that Blabrex is using, I can also train these on arbitrary input texts. So here we have a version of Ozymandias that begins, I yet a warver from an antique man, the gain, the wast and cruckless yes of Vyong stand in the Navir. And this is actually a style transfer from Moby Dick. So this is the kind of thing you might imagine Ahab saying as he's like standing there in the sea foam spearing at the whale. And I think that comes through really well in this instance. Okay, so getting away from this dictionary mangling sort of thing, what if we move instead towards the mangling of sentences and sort of semantic meaning via what we call sentence embeddings, which are a kind of thing that we take a sentence that's been sort of like written out and turn it via a process of sort of proximity matching to a mathematical vector of numbers that just exists in this very large high-dimensional space. And proximity in this space essentially means similarity in semantic meaning in some weird sort of roundabout way. What we can do in this case, this is sort of a collaboration with a friend of mine, Barrett Anderson, is take an initial input text. In this case at the top we have what isn't saved will be lost. This is the title of a poem by another friend of ours. And again, look at all possible one-character deletions or erasures of this input text and accept the one, or perform the one, that is retaining most of the meaning in the input according to this sort of semantic distance. So in this case we end up deleting the last sort of parenthesis on the end there. That doesn't really add that much to the interpretation of the sentence, and we preserve most of the meaning through this single character deletion. Then we do it over and over and over again, kind of winnowing down this sentence to like the essence of its meaning at the very end. And we end up with something that's like save lost, which is the name of the system actually. The same system sort of named itself. And you get this kind of progressive compression of the sentence into a smaller and smaller unit of language, which is further and further from how humans usually use language, but in some ways like trying to get at the heart of what it's trying to say. And what's interesting is that it also has sort of a tragic dimension, because the system cannot look ahead into the future and see that important words like isn't might be really useful for preserving the meaning of the sentence later on. So it tends to ablate them relatively early when there's a lot of redundancy in the sentence, and then have to kind of come up with suboptimal ways of saying the same thing later on when it can't use that negation anymore. So this, I think, is a really interesting instance of what Alison Parrish, another computational poet, would call a semantic space probe. She describes space probes as things that go into hostile environments for us, places where we can't survive as humans, and sort of report back data that we might sort of find interesting or useful. And similarly, semantic space probes go into these hostile semantic spaces of nonsense, which you don't want to spend much time looking at as a human in sort of an unfiltered way, and kind of report back their findings to us. So this particular space probe gets kind of more and more lost in semantic space as it drifts, and I think there's something kind of beautiful about that. Okay, so what have we learned? Number one, I think, is that you can generate good nonsense by relaxing some constraints on how you express ideas while retaining others in unexpected combinations or ways. In Blabrex, we see this where we kind of retain the constraint that you need to say things that sound like English, while relaxing the constraint that you need to use actual English words that are known in the dictionary. With Blabreckid, you kind of see the same thing applying, where we're indexing into that same space of nonsense from different directions. So it's not just a human selecting letter tiles from a bag of Scrabble tiles and trying to make words out of that. It's various other sort of sources of noise and sources of like unstable input that can help to drive this system in unexpected directions. And in Save Lost, of course, we have this interesting thing where we relax all the syntactic constraints gradually on this word. And so the sentence kind of like info-theoretically melts while retaining some of its semantic meaning, sort of staying anchored to that initial meaning vector that it was trying to compute. And more generally, I think nonsense kind of works as the antidote to cliche in a lot of these contexts. We live right now in a world where cliche is very, I think, dominant. And cliche is the way that we try to make meaning, try to make sense, when there's not a lot of reliable ways to make sense. We tend to fall back on stock phrases, on known idioms, on ways of saying things that are considered to be good or reliable, and kind of retreat from things that might be misinterpreted or misunderstood. And things like ChatGPT kind of mechanize cliche in this very powerful way, so that they're good at making sense, but bad at saying anything. And so I think there's this really interesting thing where nonsense being the antidote to cliche means that we need to kind of value nonsense, bring it back into computation, and find ways to sort of reintroduce nonsense into our creative practices as an input. Okay, so all this stuff is playable. Here's a bunch of links. I'll put these in the Discord chat afterwards. And I am very findable on the internet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Max. Okay, I'm going to take a moment to back this thing out of the sun. Oh, there we go. Now I'm back. How's the SDI situation? Did I screw anything up down there? Okay, so one other thing that I forgot to mention that both of our previous speakers in this block have in common is that both are Bang Bang Con West speaker alumni. And I think both spoke at Bang Bang Con West 2019, our first in this space. Is that true? Or was it, did you 2020? Okay, that would be our second in this space-ish. Anyway, so I thought that was very exciting to me. Anyway, so this last talk I enjoy in part because I spend a lot of my time kind of thinking about tactile and user-friendly and user-unfriendly input mechanisms and what does it actually take to feel like you're connected to a computer rather than you are staring at a sheet of glass, so to speak. And our next speaker seems to agree, at least on that front. So our next speaker, Santi Gepigon III, will be telling us it's skeuomorphin time, the enduring physicality of Braille. Santi Gepigon III claims he cares nothing about, claims he cares about backwards compatibility, and yet he's nothing like Santiago Gepigon Sr. or Jr. Some breaking changes include a love for K-pop, an affinity for Lisp structure editing, and a fascination with domain-specific keyboard shortcuts. Please welcome Santi Gepigon III.
I appreciate it. Hi, y'all. So yeah, here's my talk. Basically, touchscreens make me a bit sad. I'm not a big fan of tapping on glass all the time for all the things I want to do. You know, some relief I get by typing at my laptop, but that's flat in its own way. You know, maybe I buy a peripheral keyboard, that's a lot more clicky, that's nice, but there has to be a better way. And perhaps we could look back at previous technologies to get some inspiration. So what about Braille? There's not much to Braille really. It's pretty simple. It's 2 columns, 3 rows each, left and a right. Each of those dots are numbered as such. If you press a dot such that it's raised, that is like setting the dot. So it's, think of binary in 3D in some sense. So yeah, this is basically all you need to know to feel Braille. Yes, there are things like encoding schemes, you know, different languages have different mappings, but this is all you need to know to feel it. But this is sort of only half the equation. I'm only talking about receiving. I'm only talking about reading, some writing. The other half is sending. So how do you create these symbols? How do you build them? So going back to the beginning, Louis Braille was blinded at a young age. He was playing with his father's stitching awls. His father was a woodworker, and unfortunately led to an accident where he blinded himself. But the interesting twist, when he got older, the thing that ultimately was his innovation was using something like a stitch and awl to create these bumps in paper. Basically, you do this kind of Missy Elliott move of you flip the paper, reverse it, go backwards, and when you read on the other side, you'll have this piece of raised writing. Ultimately, this became a tool called slate and stylus. This slate is this guided structure, so you could write neatly and you could feel where you are on the paper. By the 19th century, this is improved on in important ways, particularly, luckily going at the end of the conference, a lot of other talks covered some of the material, so just look at all the stuff about keyboards and typewriters. This is a Perkins Brailler. It takes inspiration from typewriters, but also stenography in the sense that if you see at the bottom, it's not a full QWERTY keyboard, but rather 3 keys on the left, 3 keys on the right, middle is like for the space bar in some sense. Think of it just your home row on your computer. And this is the mapping. Basically, your left index finger, your left hand is the left column, your right hand is the right column, and your index fingers are the first row, middle fingers, middle row, ring fingers, last row. So this is an interesting innovation. Now it takes the remapping rather than being direct manipulation of in spatially placing the dots yourself. Now you're going to the trouble, or you have the benefit of muscle memory, and so you could reliably always hit the one cell, or combinations thereof, right? The innovation here, why I brought up stenographs, is the idea is you chord combinations. So to hit a full Braille cell that where you want to raise, let's say 1, 4, 2, you can now just chord those on your left and right hand. So that's the innovation of Perkins Brailler. And then aside, there's some mnemonics that I'm going to borrow from 4-year-old Santi. Basically, he knew one thing, and he just loved Power Rangers. And this is helpful because I know at least 6 colors, and I could count up to 6. So, taking that diagram I had earlier, I could just color the fingers to each end, and I kind of end up remaking hand turkeys in some sense, and that's kind of appropriate for this location. Anyway, so to continue on this story, I want to move over to 2 people, Satoshi and Reiko Fukushima. Satoshi is similar to Braille, but he lives in Japan, and due to Usher syndrome, went blind at age 8. Some differences, there are some important differences. I mentioned earlier that Braille can encode different languages. This is International Braille, mainly taken from the original French Braille. You basically have the same alphabet order, but W's at the end because of weird reasons. Japanese is different. It's not, it's not an alphabet. Rather, there's multiple writing systems. Kanji, or these Chinese characters, that luckily aren't involved in here. They're mainly focusing on kana, or hiragana and katakana, which are phonetic aspects of the language. Basically, what I'm showing here is a hiragana syllabary, where the idea is it's not individual letters, consonants and vowels, but rather each consonant and vowel pair has its own sound and own symbol. So this ends up, you have a larger kind of inventory of characters you have to remember, but they cover the entire space. Whereas like in English, you have multiple sounds mapping to the same like character combinations. The innovation with Japanese Braille is that it's actually conveying this phonetic information in the Braille cells themselves. The top cells, 1, 2, and 4, cover vowels, and the bottom cells, 3, 5, 6, cover consonants. And so each cell tells you the full phoneme, or the phonetic kana that you actually care about. And so this is an example from, you don't need to read the whole thing, but this is from a linguistic Olympiad, where basically it's presented as a puzzle of here's these Braille characters from this inventory of Japanese words you may know, can you figure out what the mapping is? So it's nice that it's discoverable in a real way. Some changes happen. By the time Satoshi is 18, he goes deaf too, so he's deafblind. The innovation comes from, there's a co-innovation between his mother, where she figures out that using the hand gestures of typing on a Perkins Brailler, by typing on his hands, she could convey the message, even though just through touch alone, no sound, no vision, just touch. And this is an example of Reiko and Satoshi recreating the original moment. Ultimately, this is mirrored. She's sort of doing it backwards in the same way, the Missy Elliott style. But here, the modern kind of way that was eventually done is an interpreter will be on the same side as the receiver, and they will type the same way as the person receives the information. And so all this goes to this big word that's part of my title, skeuomorphisms. Usually it's used in the context of aesthetics of the Apple Notes app looks like a note page, the calendar looks like a calendar with leather. But what I want to talk about here is by leveraging existing input methods and the receiving outputs, by playing around with this kind of equation I showed earlier, sending and you do some, indirection and then you get receiving. If we play around with this equation, we could get some interesting innovations. So it starts off with the slate and stylus. You start off with the slate as ascending, you do the Missy Elliott flip and reverse it, and you get Braille structure. You fix the outputs here, but you change the inputs with Perkins Brailler. So now you're doing the hand mappings, but you get the same structure. This is a very common one that you point to some narrow way, some common format, some standard. But what really cool with Japanese finger Braille is we change the output to the same input. Now sending is receiving, and this is a really cool insight that Satoshi and Reiko Fukushima developed. So jumping back, I started off with my kind of concern about touchscreens in the modern world. There's a lot of, the space of accessible technologies is like really vast, much bigger than I could cover. In Bang BangCon 2016, Sina Baram covered screen readers. He's a blind developer, and it was a really cool talk. Please watch it. Voiceover stuff exists. Refreshable Braille displays exist. Even on the iPhone, you could do this Perkins Brailler mapping, and it's really cool. But my favorite thing is something called screen away mode. Basically, because you don't need the screen, you could face it away from you. You could just feel the stuff. And now, from your point of view, we started here, these are still the same Perkins Brailler mappings. If we rotate it a bit, now the hand positions is the same as the Braille cell itself. It's the same shape. So we're doing this trick again of changing the inputs and getting the same outputs. I'm not adept enough at doing things live, so this is a recording of me doing it on my iPhone. Basically, I pull it out, and I could type with I'm slowly typing a message here. But ultimately, it's a really cool thing where I don't have to look if I were better at it, but I could still get the core of it is the feelings in my hands. That's where the tactility is, not in the glass, but rather the muscle memory from how I type, how I create these Braille, typing Braille. So that's what I'm gonna say. Anyway, thank you, Bang Bang Con.
Thank you, Santi. I think the thing that I really like about that is that it's not that we are demanding that the device be something other than what it is. We still are using the flat glass nature of it, but we are changing how we use it to use it to its strengths and in a way that does not constrain us. I wanted to, we're going to have a quick 5-minute break, but before we do, I just wanted to bring back, I don't know if you remember yesterday morning, all the way back zillions of hours ago to yesterday morning. I spoke briefly about the idea of Bang Bang Con and the Shabbat Spice. And there's a counter, there's a flip side to that, which is that as you welcome in this change, this moment that is something different, it is also the case that it leaves. And I've been feeling into that a little bit more acutely over the course of the day. And oddly, there's also a tradition that's somewhat less popular, somewhat less practiced around the departure of the day of rest, and it's called Havdalah, and it's separation. And it is the point at which you are declaring that you are now moving back into the real world. And there's this part about it that's actually very uncomfortable for me. I don't do it very much because it is uncomfortable for me. There's this like uncomfortable, like weird messianic thing associated. I don't like it. But the reasoning behind that is that it is also a moment of hope. It is a moment of hope that somehow, when we open the door again and when we turn the lights on again, that somehow it will not have actually gone away, that it will still be, that somehow it will be this is the messianic part, in which the time has come when Shabbat is all the time. And okay, I don't know about the messianic part, but the hope is somehow that we are holding on to the opening up of the day of rest every single day of the week from then on and then on, that we can keep that in there still. And so I've been feeling more and more acutely into this as Bang Bang Con this Bang Bang Con and Bang Bang Con in general comes to a close, is every time I think about walking away from Bang Bang Con in this delightful, surprise, joyous state, what can I do to take that back and make the rest of the world more like Bang Bang Con? Rather than making Bang Bang Con stick around, can Bang Bang Con be everywhere? I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna have a 5-ish minute break. Lindsay and Sarah are nodding at me. We're gonna have a 5-ish minute break, and then we are going to have our amazing keynote. So, also, I think we were going to have cookies at some point, but I think the cookies are going to be after the keynote, is the theory. So stand up, have a bio break, have some caffeine, have some water, have some stretch, etc., and we will see you right back here.
right. Our closing keynote speaker will be Bruce Wagoner, who is a mission assurance manager at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL, Caltech, where he has worked for 39 years supporting dozens of Earth orbiting and deep space missions, and where he's part of the leadership team supporting the Voyager mission. Voyager 1 is the human-made object most distant from Earth. And his talk is going to tell the story of how the Voyager 1 flight team created a plan to patch its flight software from over 15 billion miles away. Personally, I love the juxtaposition of this talk and our first keynote talk yesterday from Don Walker. We heard from Don about local first computing, and the Voyager mission, on the other hand, is as non-local as computing can be. And I'll go even further. So from Don, we heard about DIY grassroots computing, whereas the Voyager mission is a project that perhaps only a big, powerful nation state could undertake. And yet, we can see a beautiful common thread between these two projects, between Don's work and Bruce's work. And to me, that common thread is an emphasis on longevity and sustainability and doing the best we can with the resources that we've got. And what a beautiful message to conclude Bang Bang Con with. So with that, I am incredibly honored to introduce Bruce Wagoner for Saving Voyager 1.
Hello. So thanks for having me. I want to tell you the incredible work that the three teams you see on the screen here. We had the Voyager flight team and anomaly team that helped us resolve the anomaly that happened on the flight data subsystem, and the Deep Space Network, which is the set of antennas we use to track our spacecraft. The biggest question you may have is, what's a mission assurance manager? So I have the best job in the whole world. Whenever anything goes wrong with an instrument or a spacecraft, I get to jump in and help solve the problem. And additionally, I'm kind of the independent reviewer. You can all imagine back when you were younger, you'd get together with your friends and you'd have this great idea and it would go terribly wrong. Well, that happens to engineers and professionals at all levels, and so that's my job, is to be the adult in the room and make sure we don't have issues. So, to get started, I want to tell you a little bit about the mission so you understand why it's so important to us, and it is very important to us. So the Voyagers launched in 1977, and they were designed to explore the outer planets, specifically Jupiter and Saturn. Of course, they got to all four of them, Voyager 2 doing Uranus and Neptune. And that changed the way we thought about the solar system, utterly changed planetary science. After that, in the 1990s, we became a heliospheric mission. The heliosphere is a magnetic bubble that surrounds the sun, and we're in the heliosphere. It's actually very far out, even beyond the planet's orbits. And the idea here was that Voyager would move out beyond these planets, sample the outer heliosphere, and then perhaps make it to interstellar space, because nobody knew there was a heliosphere boundary. Nobody knew how far it was. And so that was our new goal in 1990. Today we've crossed that boundary, as you'll see, and we're actually in interstellar space. And I think this may be our most important data set that we ever collect, because nobody's going to be here again for decades, perhaps longer. These two spacecraft are deep in interstellar space, giving us information that's critically important. Why? Because, as you can see in the upper corner there, other stars have heliospheres as well. They're called astrospheres. So an astronomer can collect those photons and make an interpretation of what they're seeing, but it's really valuable to have the actual understanding of what that interstellar space might be like that those shock waves are interacting with. So it gives astronomers ground truth in terms of interpreting things like this. The other thing you can see here is that this is some data from one of our instruments. This is the plasma wave subsystem. What it does is it collects electromagnetic information, frequencies, against time, which we heard about earlier today. The PWS actually collects plasma waves. Plasmas are ions and electrons that are embedded in a magnetic field. When that situation happens, those particles will exhibit wave-like characteristics. So this instrument's designed to find those. All these dark splotches are actually what happens when a coronal mass ejection, the things that cause auroras on Earth, those propagate out for years, and when they hit the heliosphere, they actually ring into interstellar space. So Voyager was hearing the eruptions from the sun even outside the heliopause, which was very cool. Nobody really expected that. And you can see this very thin line. There's a thin line that goes out. That thin line represents the primary plasma frequency, and that gives us density. So this is just one example of the amazing science that these instruments are still providing. Excuse me. So this is a map of essentially where we were and where we are. This is astronomical units on the x-axis on the bottom. Astronomical units is the distance between the Earth and the Sun, or about 8 light minutes. You can see we're well out there, out from the Sun. And this is the ecliptic latitude. In other words, how far north and south we are. If you look down at the tiles, you can imagine one of those is an AU. Voyager 1 is about as far away as this patio is across. So, and the distance between Earth and Mars is about that far. So you can see the Voyagers are extremely far away. Oh, actually, you'll see the blue boundary there is also where we crossed into the interstellar space. So it was much further out than most astronomers thought. So these are our instruments. We have a magnetometer. We have the plasma wave subsystem. They're mounted, they use these antennas. The magnetometers are on a boom to keep them away from the spacecraft. The PWS uses these whip antennas. This is a 13-meter boom, so these are not little spacecraft. This is a 3-meter across high gain antenna. And then we have some particle instruments. We have the cosmic ray subsystem, looking at high energy particles, and then a couple of plasma instruments. So those are our spacecraft and the instruments that are still active. So let's talk about our spacecraft status. So we are 15 billion miles away for Voyager 1. I'm going to talk mostly about Voyager 1 because that's what we're here to talk about. Our light time is 22.5 hours one way. In other words, that's how long it takes us to get a command to our spacecraft. To get a round trip response, it's 45 hours. So basically, we get contact with our spacecraft after we do something 2 days later. This diagram in the upper corner there shows you Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 crossing outside the heliopause. It's another graphic. I like it because it shows that we're actually moving out through the nose of the heliopause. In other words, just by dumb luck, we ended up leaving the solar system in the direction the sun was going. So the Voyagers are no longer gravitationally bound to the sun. They're actually orbiting the center of the galaxy, and they have a 230 million year period. So they're moving about 3 AU per year faster than the solar system. So imagine a candle. You can see the light from it, you can feel the heat. So all of that energy, if you collect it, then take that and divide it by 6, so 1/6 of a candle, that's 13 watts of energy. So a 70-meter station, the large dish over on the far right, that station, 70 meters across, can detect that signal and pull 160 bits per second out of it. 3 34-meter stations that we array together, they can also perform that feat. So that's essentially how we collect data. Their spacecraft are always broadcasting. We can track it as often we can get these antennas. We can actually go up to 1.2 kilobits per second, and that's how we get that data I showed you earlier. It's recorded on our fancy digital tape crack recorder. It's an 8-track, and it still works great. That data comes down only when we can array all of the stations. So this picture happened earlier this year. This is the first time we arrayed all 6 antennas. We usually have only 5 in the array. So we're working to try and get more and more antennas because we're getting out near the limit of this 1.2 kilobits per second. Excuse me. We don't have a safe mode. Many spacecraft play it safe. When something goes wrong, they kind of shut things down and stop doing things. Voyager 1 just resets its processors, picks up the pieces, and goes. It has very robust fault protection, very aggressive. We have 94 years of experience with our flight systems between the 2 spacecraft. We have about 12 people working on our spacecraft now. So many of them are part-time. That's a lot of spacecraft for very few amount of people. And then our big problem that we're dealing with is power and thermal these days. So we launched with enough plutonium to power the spacecraft. It has a half-life of about 88 years. This is a picture of the fuel clads when they're fresh. They glow red hot. They're embedded in little cans that stick off Voyager, and there's thermocouples around them. They generate electricity based on the heat difference between the interior and the exterior. We're down to about as much power as a box fan or a rice cooker at this point for those big spacecraft, which is pretty incredible. We also just started operating them with unregulated voltages because we realized we could go off the voltage regulator and keep our instruments powered, which is the reason we're there. And that was kind of a scary moment for us, but it worked well. So far so good. Generally, we have to take action within a year or less all the time because of our power and thermal constraints. The less power we have, of course, we risk undervolting our spacecraft, and power is also dissipated, so we have thermal issues. We may freeze our roll lines. We'll talk about that a little more. This is a functional block diagram of our spacecraft. You can see Voyager 1 looks pretty darn good. Red are things that are failed, and black are things that are powered off because of power. And then we have a few gold items that are just degraded subsystems. So I think we all wish our appliances worked this well after 47 years. I'll point out this right here. This is the flight data subsystem. We're going to be talking a lot about that. You'll notice there's a very thin line going down into the telemetry modulation unit and then down into the radio subsystem down there. So this is the path we're going to talk about, the path from the flight data computer to the telemetry modulation unit to the radio. Just quickly, speaking of things that are wrong, to keep our spacecraft operating, we have to make changes all the time, and it's getting more and more frequent. Back in the early part of the last decade, it was not a big deal. We had things happen occasionally that we had to adjust to. More and more now, we're having to take steps to either keep from losing an instrument, avoid degradation, or actually prevent the loss of our spacecraft. So it's getting tougher to fly these with our small team. All right, this is what you guys came to hear, computers in the anomaly. So we have 3 very cool computers on the Voyager spacecraft, and there are 2 of each type for redundancy. These are humanity's oldest continuously operating computers. So I think it's important to remember that as you hear about them. These are the first reprogrammable deep space flight computers. They operate without microprocessors, and each has its own unique JPL constructed assembly language. So the CCS is basically responsible for issuing commands to the spacecraft. It's a Viking machine, essentially. The Viking landers and orbiters used a computer of this type, and it's an 18-bit interrupt-driven processor constructed out of transistors. It's TTL logic. We actually use some RC logic on some of our subsystems, but this is a fancy TTL machine. And it has 4,000 words of plated wire memory. If you don't know what that is, you can look it up in the internet, but it reminds me of Rebecca's talk and the weaving. It's essentially a set of wires, and you store data on them by putting a small magnetic field into the wires, and it works great after all these years. Our attitude control subsystem, it is used to control the attitude and pointing of our spacecraft. It's a very similar machine. It has an extra board that they use to make sure that there was enough speed to manage the attitude of the spacecraft. These 2 are basically alike. Voyager, on the command computer system, we actually use both processors because we're short on memory. So finally, the one that matters to us is over on the far side. That's the FDS. So this was added because during the planning for the mission, they realized that when Voyager flew through a planetary system, it was going to overwhelm the spacecraft data system. All this data coming in under a day, essentially. They didn't think these computers could handle it. So they built a CMOS machine, and it has 8,000 words of memory. And this was put on board basically to make sure that we could process all that data. This is a very important computer for us because it basically commands the instruments, it collects and formats all of our science and engineering telemetry, and it provides all of our timing information. So, what happened and how did we figure it out? So back in November of last year, we had a normal pass come up, but we had no telemetry. So telemetry is basically processed by looking for a frame marker, saying this is a packet of data, and we're going to decode it and look at what it says. We were not getting those frame markers. And the only good thing was we had a carrier signal, otherwise we would have been really scared. So we could see the carrier, but it was not being modulated. So our deep space tracking network, all those antennas, they worked for several days, and they determined that we were seeing a constant streams of 0 and 1 symbols. And there were no telemetry frame markers whatsoever. So the result here was that we had no visibility on our spacecraft. Voyager will drift back and forth based on sun position, and we can see that slight signal variation from over a few hours. We could see that our radio frequencies were per predict, and we see in the next few days we could see we could command our spacecraft, but that was it. Somebody on our team pointed out this is kind of like having your monitor broken and having to find out where your cursor is to fix the monitor. So not a very good situation for us, so we formed an anomaly team. This is about another dozen people that were brought in who are specialists in various disciplines to help us out, which is kind of the way JPL does these things. So initially we realized it had to be the FDS, the TMU, or the radio frequency subsystem after a little work. And we changed the frequency, this is an example, by commanding the TMU and the RFS, but occasionally it didn't work, which was puzzling. We also had what's called the open loop recorder, which is essentially using the DSN instead of collect data like a radio telescope. And what happened was we could see that we were getting these modulations which told us the clock signal was working because the speed was about right. So we knew that pieces were working across this set of 3 subsystems, but we weren't sure what was wrong yet. So we pretty much focused on the FDS based on the fact that we were getting these kinds of transitions and the FDS wasn't doing much in response to our commands. So our top priority was to figure out what the FDS was and how it worked because unfortunately the person who was the real expert had retired decades ago and the person who was their fill-in, their backup, had retired 2 years ago. So it was the worst place it could have hit us. So these are some examples of some of the documentation we dug up on the FDS, and I hope you guys can see them. That's good, because we couldn't read those. So they're all handwritten. The one up in the upper left has got some handwriting. These are very dim circuit diagrams, and these are handwritten timelines for how to change FDS processors. So this was, we were lucky to find these. Some things we couldn't find. A lot of it was like this that had been scanned. And frequently these sources were contradictory, ambiguous. Why? Because we changed the way the spacecraft worked with every planetary encounter and entering the VIM and when things broke. So there was a lot of opportunity for ambiguity to arise in the documents over the course of 50 years. This is my favorite example. So this is a page out of an important FDS document. The change bar on the far side indicates it's a change, but somebody went in and made the very cryptic circle the sentence and cross it out. And I have no idea to this day what it means. I have no idea. Maybe it was important. Maybe they crossed it out because they thought crossing out was important. I'm not sure. So there was other cases like this. So we were even so confused in some cases, we weren't sure if we were sending data to the FDS, should it be least significant bit first or most significant bit first. We had that level of an uncertainty. So the only thing we could do is dig in and research more and debate. So we had a lot of debates between our flight team and the Tiger team trying to figure out what the best thing to do, but ultimately we just had to kind of suck it up and guess at some point. And we made the right guesses, which is good. So let me go a little deeper into the FDS so you can understand what we were dealing with. At the top, I'm just going to take this out. At the top we have memory A, memory B failed back in 1981. This is the processor. The processor runs the flight software that's embedded on memory. This is, I can't read this. This is how you command the FDS. This is the state vector control unit, which basically manages the redundant units you see here. So if you want to change redundancy, you use this box. This is our oscillator and timing change. This is engineering I/O, science I/O, tape recorder I/O, modulation I/O, and then our encoders. And then we have triply redundant power supplies because this is volatile memory. So a lot of things to look at there. So what we had to do was pick what was most likely to be causing the problem we were seeing and balance that against what was the most risky thing we could, or the least risky thing we could be doing. Some of these we didn't want to play with because we just did not want to switch those components because of the risk involved. So it was always a balancing act. The other thing that happened was this kind of fell into a weekly schedule because we had to wait 2 days for our downlinks. So basically what we'd do is what you see there. We'd observe, we'd design our next tests, we'd build the commands, radiate them, wait 2 days, and then observe the results. So this really was playing 20 questions with the spacecraft. What happened was we came up with this set of things we were going to do, and each one represented a risk-benefit trade. If any of these had come out positively, we would have stopped, right? Because we would have had an answer for what it was. This is like playing 20 questions and always getting no for your answer, no matter what we tried. The only good thing was is it let us knock out things that it would not be. So if we swapped out the oscillator and timing chain, we would say, well, it's not that, obviously, and hope that we hadn't screwed something else up on the instrument. So this is a fishbone fault tree. You don't have to read it, don't worry. The important thing is that the brown things are things that we ruled out. And across the top we have mission operations issues, basically ground stuff. We have safing algorithms on the spacecraft that might have tried to change a configuration. We have a lot of telecom stuff. And then at the bottom we have all the FDS pieces. We knocked all these out without any telemetry by debate or by trying something like that. This is the FDS in the same type of a diagram. So again, everything brown has been eliminated. And you can see at the top we took out the MDS, we took out the state vector control and some of the other IOs there on the side. At the bottom we took out state vector control and timing. We took out the commanding and the power in the next to last, and over in the far side we took out the radio stuff. Again, this was either debate on the ground or trying to swap a component and seeing if we fixed the problem or not. So without telemetry, this is pretty darn good. And you can see we were left with basically just the FDS memory or the flight software. And the processor potentially was there, but we were too scared to touch the processor. So we just kind of said, you know, it's probably working because we're getting timing signals out. So that took us 3 months, and we arrived at this. The FDS is broken. So we had narrowed it down to that, and we finally figured out why our telecom commands weren't working some of the time. It turns out that the team had built some of those as contingency commands using something called seconds mode, which uses the clock to trigger the commands. Most of the time we use frame mode. So it turns out that only the framed commands were the ones that weren't working. So this told us, even though we'd forgotten this fact, we figured it out, and it told us that the FTS wasn't giving us frames. So this really put the nail in the coffin that we understood what the issue was. So I'm going to put a couple of names out here. David Cummings at JPL was kind of one of the heroes. Armin Arslanian was the other. David figured out how the FTS code worked because nobody knew how to do it. We have data modes. So data mode is just a different speed of data return. It's like a different modem setting, essentially. So we had 10 different modes, only 4 of those used today. And the idea behind them is they each collect, package, and route data from the FDS to the TMU and then the antenna. And that's the way you'd work. If you have to, you want a different mode to play back data from the tape recorder versus sending the real-time data versus just sending engineering data. So each of those modes can be thought of as a program, or at least that's how David thought of them. And the problem was we couldn't start or change these programs. Now underneath those data mode programs, there's these p-tables, and these are code groupings of subroutines that are useful. They're collected, they tend to have the same similar functions, but they're slightly different algorithms. And then under the p-tables, there's yet another layer of code. So a given data mode might use code from different p-tables, and what we really had to do was get our 4 data mode reestablished. So David asked the key question: if code execution was somehow stuck in a p-table, how could we unstick it? And we thought that was the most likely case because commands just weren't having an impact. So it turns out there's 2 variables: mode, which is what you command from the ground, and C mode, which the software sets. And these determine what data mode you're in. And these just flat weren't working, we thought. So we decided to use hardware pokes. Instead of using a nice safe method where you tell the processor, please write this data to this location, we're just saying, here's some data, put it in that address. And these are dangerous. We lost Viking 1, we lost Mars Global Surveyor to hardware pokes. So we don't like to use them. We'd never used them in Voyager, but in this case, we deemed it the safest way to proceed. So we built 20 pokes, so both variables for each of the 10 modes. And we uplinked that on March 1st, and it didn't look very promising. But the DSN was using the OLR, and this is what they saw. This is residual subcarrier plot on the bottom on the far side there. And where the 2 lines are very fixed, that's our dial tone, right? That's the 0s and 1s as it looks in this type of plot. You can see that when we sent the other, set some of the variables, we got a response, which was the first time we'd seen the FDS do anything in 4 months. So this was pretty exciting. We left it in that one you can see there at the end where it was sending something down. And this told us the processor responded, number 1. It told us memory was sound, and it told us that this was likely a memory corruption. Now, since we weren't producing telemetry markers, we couldn't read this as telemetry. This is just stuff coming down. So the DSN, it's worth a paper in itself. The DSN figured out this amazing way to decode this data and give us what the data represented. And it turns out it represented something really cool. This was an accidental memory dump. unbelievably, so the processor, we left it in that mode. Somehow it's a direct memory access machine. Somehow it just said, I'm going to read memory. And it was sending us memory dump completely free. So we basically could say the whole memory, and we noticed immediately that there were 256 contiguous words, 1400 to 14FF, that were corrupted, or had the potential to be corrupted. And these were all, unfortunately, in that layer of code under the P tables. So these are routines that are used by every piece of the FDS, basically. And then additionally, one of our engineers determined the next day that this was a single RAM chip in the FTS that is responsible for the 5th bit in each address location. So we understood what was going on. So this is kind of cool. I got permission to actually show you assembly. This is the address, and this is the actual code that's supposed to be there. If the word doesn't have yellow, then it should have 1 in the 5th bit. But if it's supposed to be 0, you can see everything's off by a bit. These are the labels in the assembly. This is the actual opcodes. It looks kind of like 8085 processor. And then this is the data associated with it, and then the comments. So that's what assembly looks like for the FDS on Voyager. And each computer has a different assembly language. So now the hard part, how do you fix that? It took us 3 months to figure out what was wrong. So we had 3 priorities because we didn't have telemetry, we didn't have any memory. 1 was demonstrate we could control the processor again. 2 was get engineering back because that would tell us our spacecraft was healthy. And finally, we don't have a mission if we can't get science back. So the real issue here was the 1990s memory constraint. They loaded up this special version. It was code that just went everywhere because you have those layers of code, and they wanted to reuse everything. With only 8,000 words, you reuse every snippet of code you can. So the code just jumped constantly all over the place. Additionally, our flight team had never built a load this big, and this was a new process using these hardware pokes. So our flight team had to do a lot of extra work too. So earlier, when all that investigative work was going on, we found some object code. And it turned out this was a program called min-sium-rot that had not been used in 35 years. And it actually does this small amount of framed clock telemetry, sending it back to the ground. And it's framed, which was exciting for us. And we thought that would be our good Hello World program. And additionally, they took min-sium-rot and they morphed it. This is where Armin began to help out. They morphed it into a program that would use that same framing but give us an MRO. So in prep, we told the FDS to not generate frames because we didn't want the processor to wake up and begin issuing commanding that was on board and loaded on our spacecraft. So we turned off frames, we uplinked and linked min-sium-rot. That means we loaded the program when we put the pointer at 0 where min-sium-rot loads. That's how we link. And it actually worked. We got telemetry using this. We had a custom tool that they developed for us again. And then we sent min-MRO the next week, and that worked as well. So far so good. We had the processor under control. Next, we had to repair the codes. This is 256 instructions that had to be relocated. We had to preserve the behavior, of course, to get our data back, but the timing was key because anytime we added a step to do these extra jumps, it would play with the timing of the program, which could kill us. So we understood we had to be super careful with the timing. So the only benefit we had was that we were cannibalizing one of these obsolete data modes we had. Now the challenges these guys faced were incredible. We didn't know that we had the right instruction set. I showed you the instruction set there. We didn't know that was the one that was used to build the software, back when there was an assembler. We didn't know that the source code version was the same as what was running on board the spacecraft. We had a listing of the code, but it was a Microsoft Word document that was optical character recognition scanned. So we didn't know if there were errors in it. We have no assembler, so they're just playing with bits. There's no simulator, and there's no test bed. So there were a few challenges. So basically, this was bare knuckle binary manipulation. And they had to think of all the problems. I'm sure you guys are far better than I am at thinking of the problems associated with playing with memory like this. You could overwrite something, you can fail to recognize jumps. How do you debug it in flight on a flying spacecraft? And how do you know you're not missing something in those instruction sets and codes? And the list goes on and on. So what they did is they took every possible thing that could go wrong, they made a list, and then they iterated their code adjustments with that list with multiple people. And that was essentially how they came up with these patches. And we said that was okay because we were effectively no telemetry without that. And frankly, how bad could things get worse than they were? So we uploaded this and linked it on April 20th. And this was a big day. We got telemetry coming down for the first time. This is Armin in the blue and David in the green. And then this is our flight team, our tiny little flight team celebrating. So that was a good day. But we weren't done yet. So now we have to get the science back. And we were worried because it took a lot of code to get one mode back. Now we have 3. It turns out it wasn't that bad. The code reuse was pretty amenable to what they'd done. But we did have some other problems. Again, we were out of space. We'd used it all up. The engineering high rate memory that we were cannibalizing, it was gone. So we found an old memo from the 1980s that mentioned free memory. We looked at the memory readouts and it looked like it was just not being used. So we assumed it was free and went with that. This was in upper memory and it wasn't in write protected region of memory, which is a concern because we'd like it to be write protected, but if we went to lower memory, it takes an extra step to go between high and low memory. So we were worried about the timing implications again. So we ate the risk that we were writing to unwrite protected memory. And we patched it on May 18th and it worked as well. So I want to kind of highlight that one because I keep saying this little statement like it's really easy. These guys did 4 patches, we uplinked them. But I want to show you just how hard it was what they did. So this is a map along the bottom. It's 0 to 255 words, trust me. And then the next row up that's kind of slanted, you'll just keep counting up, right? These are addresses incrementing along there. This is upper memory, 4,000 to 8,000. So this is essentially a memory map in Excel. This blue line going across, this is the failed chip. So all of these locations were trashed. We didn't need the little piece that's called copy in the middle there, but all the rest of this had to be relocated. You can see that they took some of the subroutines and they broke them into pieces. They stuffed them anywhere they could find any space, all over the memory. This is all upper memory. They put in 14 different specific relocations of code in this case to recover the functionality that was lost in the blue line. Additionally, this is now from 0 to 8,000 addresses and 100 addresses across. These are all of the new and modified instructions that they had to do, they had to change to reference this relocated code. Again, no assembler, no test bed, no simulator. These guys were awesome. Then finally, we had to restore our spacecraft and instruments. So we got our frames turned back on, we had to resync our clocks, we got the autonomous sequencing roughly going. We're still playing with that because things got pretty screwed up. And 3 of the 4 instruments had stopped working properly because the FDS is kind of their caretaker. And one of them has this little motor. The upper half of this instrument rotates 180 degrees in 8 discrete steps every 2 minutes or so. It's stepped over 8 million times in flight. It got stuck during this downtime. So we reinitialized the instrument and it looked pretty bad for a while, and then little by little it broke itself free and began to work again, which was really good news for us. So basically at the end of May we were back to nominal operations, and then we had 2 data modes for the PWS, the playback and record, and those were confirmed in July. And that's how you fix your 47-year-old computer from 15 billion miles away. That was pretty cool. And just so you know, I didn't do that. That was David and Armin. They were amazing. So I'm not going to go over this whole slide because some of this is internal, but I just gave this talk Thursday for the first time, so you guys are the first people outside of JPL to hear it. I think the Voyager's given this beautiful balance in their software between operational flexibility balanced against understandability and intrinsic robustness. In other words, Voyager's software is understandable, it can recover from almost anything, but it's also flexible, and that's a hard balance. I think nowadays, most of the spacecraft I work on, you can't tell what the software is going to do because you have competing algorithms, you have so many possible triggers for fault actions that you can't anticipate them in simulators. So I've seen cases where we get algorithms fighting it out over battery control or something like that. And you just can't figure out, even the experts can't figure out what they're doing. We could figure out what Voyager was doing even without telemetry. I think the negative that really hurt us was our spacecraft have been healthy for decades, and that certainly contributes to a loss of knowledge. And then I think we talked a little bit about fabric and maintaining data. You guys thought lost and inaccessible documentation. Voyager's been through so many immediate transitions, right? Paper, through scanning, through CD disks, through tape drives, we used paper tape. and cards at the beginning. Some of our ground software was basically on a Unix system, but it was emulating a water-cooled UNIVAC from the 1970s. All of this stuff is evolving constantly, and over a 50-year mission, we didn't have the money to maintain it, so we got into the situation where the documentation was bad. So I agree that's a really difficult problem, and we need to do a little better with that. But we do have some final goals. We're dealing with some of these issues we had because we want to get out to around 200 AU, which would be in, let's see, 2035. I don't know if we will get there. So the gray boxes are years. The gold numbers underneath them are the actual AUs we're away. And these bars with LECP, CRS, Megan, PWS, that's when the instruments get turned off. They've already been on about 6 years longer than we thought we would have to turn them off because of the changes we've made. These little colored boxes, if I take one of those away, this timeline shrinks by that amount. These are all steps that we take to increase the timeline. So our goal is to keep them alive until 2030s, something like that, but you can see that I've got an estimated survival probability there in the light pink. The probability of us making beyond 2028 begins to drop pretty quickly. So we've got at least 4 or 5 more years in them, I think. We're also having some thruster issues that may be the end. We're going to do a thruster branch swap in the next 2 weeks, so keep your fingers crossed. And then last, we are an inspiration mission. This really taught us that we matter to and inspire people around the world. Our project manager, Susie Dodd, calls these humanities spacecraft because people do care about them. We had universally positive and supportive media coverage during the anomaly, which is pretty rare these days for any event. We had 90 significant media hits, hundreds of internet stories. On our website, it was the big story of the year, and we had social media mentions and benchmarks way above average. But best of all, we get really cool fan mail. So, danke.
Wow, let's thank Bruce one more time. All right, so I believe that the other organizers and I are going to do some closing remarks. Here comes Sarah. Okay, so while Sarah gets plugged in, one thing that I would like to do is, so Bang Bang Con it's a community effort, and there are some people who I would like to acknowledge as we wrap up. First of all, anybody here who has ever given a Bang Bang Con talk, if you could stand up, please, and be recognized. Woo! At this one or any other Bang Bang Con, including Bang Bang Con West. All right, keep standing. All right, now I would like keep standing. Anybody for whom this is your first Bang Bang Con, please stand up. Amazing. That's actually more than I thought. All right, and finally, for everybody who has been to a Bang Bang Con before this one, please stand up. All right. All right, thank you. Have a seat. And I would like to, and this, what we see on the screen back here, this is a collage that we made of everybody who's ever given a Bang Bang Con talk. This has been the background on our website, and it's been growing and growing over the last 8 years that we've been doing this. So if you look at the website, at the bottom of the page, it says, the background of this website features our past N speakers, and that number N has grown every time. So I believe it's up to 218 now. Oh, okay, it was 218, and now it's like 200 yeah, it's more. So 240 or something, right? So congratulations and thanks to all of those people. I would also like to acknowledge everybody who has been a Bang Bang Con organizer. So obviously us in the blue shirts are organizers, but there are also some other past Bang Bang Con organizers who are here. So could those people please stand up if you're here? I know we have Dave and Alex. Yeah, so I'll just read off the names. In addition to Sarah, Erdy, Joshua, and myself, Julia Evans, M. Laser Walker, Maggie Joe, Alicia Raskowska, Leo Franchi, Nabil Hussain, Alex Clemmer, Emily Shee, Danielle Sucher, Kiran Badaram, Gina Lee, Ahmed Abdallah, Dev Parandare, Gargi Sharma, Varun Gandhi, Janice Shu, Jessica Rudder, Dema Abu Adas, Sarah Chikazul, and Taylor Hodge. Thank you. All right. And speaking of people who have been past Bang Bang Con speakers and past Bang Bang Con organizers, Sarah belongs in both of those sets, and so I'm going to hand it over to Sarah.
Thank you. So in 2018, I had heard about some people online that had built an artificial pancreas, and the idea was basically that it would auto-regulate insulin dosage, so you didn't have to do shots anymore. And I'm like, what? This is awesome. And so I kind of followed all the steps and built one, and this is actually mine. I call it Sarborg. Get it, Sarah? Cyborg. Anyway, I did a whole talk on it. You can watch that later. But a lightning talk at a couple conferences had turned into somebody saying, like, you should submit to Bang Bang Con. This would be so cool. And I did. I had heard of Bang Bang Con, but didn't really know much about it. And so that was my first experience with the group. And it was amazing and wonderful. And then the pandemic happened, and it didn't happen in person again. But Alicia, one of the organizers, she had said, we're actually looking for more organizers. And I know you have organized a variety of different conferences in the past. Would you be interested in helping us? And also, I thought it would be good to have like a non-recurse center person in. And I'm like, sure, why not? So from 2011 on, mostly remote, I had been a part of a wonderful group of people that had produced this really thoughtful, fun, interesting, joyful conference. And I think for me, it reminds me of like when I was little and you used to kind of play around with things, and you know, you broke them and you didn't know what was happening and you'd fix it and it was cool. And like playing with toys, only like specifically computers and old programming things. I learned on a Commodore 64, and every time I feel like another year has passed and I'm angry at the tech industry, and I always kind of ponder like, is this it? Am I tired of working my software engineer jobs or whatever? You know, this conference has always brought joy back to me and reminded me of those earlier times. So it's been a great time being a part of this, so thank you all.
All right. Here, okay, no, it literally says do not fall off stage right here. Yeah, wow. Bang Bang Con is ending. This is it. And I want to talk just a little bit about that and about what will come next, I think, maybe. And Lindsay actually wrote a very nice in-depth blog article a couple of months ago about why Bang Bang Con is ending, but and I encourage you to read that. But I will get a little bit sentimental right now about it, if you'll let me. Bang Bang Con has been a huge labor of love from all of us. None of us got paid to do this, and it has just been amazing to see how the community comes together, how we have brought people together. This is just incredible to see how the conference has grown over the last 10 years. And we as organizers have also grown over the last 10 years, and that means we all have a lot more responsibilities and things like that. So we are all tired. And I also think conferences are changing. Strange Loop ended, XOXO ended, we are ending. It's time for something new. It's time for a new paradigm. And I think that this new paradigm is going to be cheaper. Sponsors were incredibly hard to come by for us this year, and thank you again from the bottom of my heart for everyone who gave money to Bang Bang Con, all of our sponsors who did step up at the last minute, all of the individuals. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You made this possible. And yeah, it's. I think if other people are running conferences, I think it's going to start looking differently. It's going to start looking more local, more low budget. And actually, what's funny about that, I got some pictures. I think they're maybe on the next slide. No, previous slide. There it is. Of how low budget our very first conference was. This is the only picture I have, which is actually a screenshot of a Snapchat from Bang Bang Con 2014. Yeah, it was very low budget and it was incredibly fun. And thanks to Kamal for providing this better photo so that I actually had something on this slide. Yeah. We've tried some things. We tried a virtual conference that lasted an entire week. You know, get experimental. If you are interested in doing this kind of stuff, reach out to us. You have our email. If you want to do conferences, we have some experience. In fact, we have 10 years of experience. So I think we are like senior conference organizers now or something like that. Meaningless title. So, being around people who are passionate about the same things really, for me, creates joy. And people want to connect and have community. And I am really, really proud of the Bang Bang Con team for creating this radically inclusive space and facilitating that for an entire decade. I am not going to claim that we were the only vanguard of like progressive con policies or whatever, but I do hope that we pushed conferences a little bit over these last 10 years to be more accessible, to be more inclusive, and honestly, like, we're not that bleeding edge anymore, and that is amazing. I am like, good job, world. There is a lot of work to do, and work is easier in community. Find your people, be creative. I think the future of conferences, and I actually just think the future of togetherness in general looks very different than what it has for the past 10 years and what it has especially for the past 4 years. And it maybe looks even different from this. Yeah, smaller, local, distributed, online, offline, personalized, you know? I'm off script. All right, back onto script. Yeah. I've mentioned that we don't have a ton of capacity, but again, you know, get in touch if you have questions, ideas, especially about running your own conference or event. And don't forget to find joy in whatever it is that you build, and then to share that joy with others. Does anyone else want to speak, or is that it? Oh yeah, also, BTS stole our brand, so that's the other reason we're ending. If you Google Bang Bang Con, it's like not us anymore. So if you're gonna start, like if you wanna do a Bang Bang Con, if you're like, I will do it, I will carry the mantle, like don't name it Bang Bang Con. It's brand, you know, brand ruined, or not ruined. BTS is amazing. Don't at me, Army, sorry. But yeah, you cannot actually find us on the internet anymore. So, shout out BTS, Purple Heart emoji, etc. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Cool. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, final bow and goodbye.
Hi, sorry, I just wanted to say one thing, which is that the first time we ever threw a Bang Bang Con, the closing remarks were non-trivially about, look at this lo-fi thing that we did that was not terrible, and I just wanted to remind you that as the conference has gotten more serious and bigger and stuff, that is still true. You can still just go do something and make a community that is joyful. And thank you for all the years.
Bang, bang. Like last night, if you have capacity to help us put chairs away, pick up trash, etc., find an organizer, and we would love some extra hands getting this all done. Mirabai, thank you. Thank you, Mirabai. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, UCSC, sponsors, everybody.